Hello, everybody. Good morning. How the heck are you? Good morning, Kemper. Good morning, Sam. Good morning, Tommy. Good morning, Echo, Echo, Echo. Good morning, Travis, Travis. I think that's everybody. And Tommy. Did I say Tommy already? I think I did. Well, good morning, everybody. How's that? And happy Friday. Friday-luya to ya. That's Anna Maria Miller again today.
Oh, no.
I know.
I never thought I'd miss her so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Kemper. We had a good time. We had to be there. We were forced to be there, but it was fun. Yeah, did you see the controversy over the Shohei Ohtani's 50th home run? Okay, so there's 18-year-old kids in the stand. He catches the ball.
Correct.
There's a guy next to him. He says muscle-bound guy that puts his legs together, holds his hand down, and gets the ball away from him. Now that guy's auctioning that ball off and looking to get about $500,000 for it.
Wow.
The 18-year-old kid suing the auction house that's.
Do we have video? Does the 18-year-old kid have video?
Yeah, well, you saw it when it happened.
So the 18-year-old has video of him catching.
You can't see it clearly that the guy takes it from him.
Okay.
You see a scrum for the ball.
Okay.
But you don't see exactly what happens. This is what the kid's saying, okay? The auction house is saying, look, we know nothing about this.
Yeah.
The guy brought the ball to us, and it's open season in the stands, is what they're saying.
Okay.
So I think it's,
It's a good
I know.
topic for us.
It's in your Dr. Dave stuff, by the way, towards the end of it in the
Sam,
sports.
Are you at the HEB on Evans Road today? Because I may go there after the
Just look for him. He's wearing red.
Yeah, I'm easy to spot. Let me know where you'll be, man. I'll come say hello. We'll take a photo if you want.
Oh.
And I'll be off the clock, so instead of coffee, maybe I'll be enjoying some delicious crystal meth.
Is it really delicious,
It's
Chris?
the wonder drug that works wonders.
If you go to the state fair, you can get deep fried meth.
Nice. I'm very angry that firearms are not allowed at the state fair. I was planning on taking my AR-15 and my .357 Magnum. And
What they should have, Chris, is they should have a place like a coat check for your gun.
Yes. Well, see, I hopefully next year, mandatory firearms at the Texas State Fair.
You in.
You cannot come. Show us your gun. Let's see it. Fire it off into the air and say yeehaw. Yeehaw!
Show us your gun and you don't need a ticket.
And you're welcome in.
You don't need a ticket.
Welcome to the Texas State Fair. Mandatory guns. Rooster in the morning says a cock-a-doodle-doo.
I know a girl who says,
I'm going to find that song.
Deep fried is after the meth. I appreciate that, Travis. Is that after day 1, day 2, or day 9? This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. I preferred mine scrambled.
Are Los number 3 dinners on Apple Music? Probably not, but I'll take a look. Los number.
I get it.
Whoa.
You found it?
No, it auto-filled it. No, it's not coming. It did auto-fill Los number 3 dinners.
Wow.
But then I hit artists and it's not there.
I know they're on YouTube.
Okay, take a look at that. So I don't want you guys to think that we're making up the Rooster in the morning.
Says a cock-a-doodle-doo. He says he'll be in a blue shirt because I don't work for HEB, but the SAS Retail Services. So he'll be in a blue shirt.
Now, what part of the HEB are you roaming or
if you just stand by the beer, you'll find Chris. Which, by the way, back left at that store.
Back left. Yeah.
I have. We should do an app. I can tell you where beer is in every HEB because it's never in the same place. I've been to most of them.
No, they don't have that song on YouTube. I will find it. It's a classic.
Yes, they do frown on that, Sam. But see, we don't consider working and using meth as recreational. It's kind of a industrial use.
Yes, it's like coffee, only a little more powerful.
Yes, I
Has a little
do.
more-
Remember when you
has a
couldn't
little
buy
more
beer on
kick to
Sundays?
it.
Yes.
The crystal meth.
Yes, it does. It's crystal meth 2.0.
Yes.
She drew the short straw. She had to go stand out in the hurricane.
Well, she'll love it. She'll
Yeah.
get to put that on her reel. I mean, they let us have Folgers crystals.
Yeah, you
How
would
about
think.
crystal meth?
Sam says he'll be roaming the store.
Okay. You're roaming the store and you're wearing blue. And do you have the SAS services? Is it on your shirt, man?
Well, just go to the register, pick up that thing, and
Yeah.
page him.
Yeah, I was fired. Did I tell you that I was fired? I worked at a deluxe supermarket. It was closing time was midnight. It was like quarter till midnight. I didn't think anybody was in the store. So I get on the microphone and I'm going, "Oh, Mandy, well, you came and you gave without taking."
So they gonged
Somebody
you?
complained.
They gonged you?
I came into work the next day for my shift. He
And
goes,
they
"I'm
said,
sorry.
We're not going to need
Somebody,
you.
you were singing on the microphone yesterday. I'm going to have to let you go."
It's not like,
It was the first time I was ever fired. I was
Wow.
like heartbroken. I
wow.
was like 15 years old.
Wow. That's crap. Okay.
They got the Friday song, I'm assuming.
Yes, they do.
Okay.
And I've got the other one. I've got the. And we're back. It was kind of cool to see Joe Calvi last night. Haven't seen him in forever. Joe Calvi from Mother's Window Tent. Do it at Mother's and
Oh,
say.
see, I don't know him, so I wouldn't have recognized
He
him.
was the guy with the cowboy hat on and the long white beard.
Okay, I did see him. Charlie Daniels looking dude.
Yeah, Joe
Okay.
Calvi. Yeah. Used to work with him when
The,
I was at KZAP.
The WNBA player was the highlight.
Yeah, when she left, we left.
Yeah.
Sorry. That's just how we roll.
We should have recruited her for our intramural basketball team.
You know, I'm glad that Charity didn't get her to play pickleball because that girl could cover a lot of the
She could
court.
like overhand serve and
She could, man,
Yeah.
she could cover the court just by standing there, you know?
Travis, true story, working in a supermarket in my younger days, someone pulled the paging Mike Hunt
No way.
prank on one of the girls.
No way.
We used to, at Wonderland Mall, they had the Alice in Wonderland booth. There was like a
Yeah.
customer service booth in the middle of the mall, and they would make announcements, and we
You
did
that?
things like, yeah. Man, I need my flu shot and I need my COVID booster. But COVID boosters usually knock me out for 24 hours,
So
and I
you gotta
can't.
do it on a Friday.
Yeah, and I got a thing I got to go to on Saturday, so I can't do it Friday. Maybe I could do it Saturday before I do that thing. I don't know. And then it knocks out part of my weekend.
Yeah,
So then it's like
that's true.
watching football.
Yeah.
Like the weekend goes away.
Yeah.
Who? Welcome into this beautiful beautiful day, the 27th day of September 2024. 4 days until the vice presidential debate, which you will hear right here on 1200 WOAI, 8 p.m. on Tuesday night. 27 days until OpelkaCon.
OpelkaCon.
We got more OpelkaCon news for you today. 34 days until Halloween. 39 days until the 2024 election. What could possibly go wrong? 62 days until Thanksgiving and 89 days until Christmas. Now, those are all very important days.
Yes.
However, today is also very, very special. It's the day we've been working toward all week long. Today is Friday!
Woo! Oh, Friday-luya. Good.
Wake up the kids, make the mimosas, drive naked down Commerce Street. Let's celebrate. You made it. I made it. Charity made it. Mr. T made it. EJ made it, although he was a little bit late. Andrew Zimmel made it. But we all made it to Friday.
Woo.
Yes.
Mm.
Woo.
And it's a Red Friday.
Yes.
We are wearing red to remember everyone deployed. So important. We got to say it because we're Military City, USA.
Amen. If you're new to the show, all three of us are Air Force brats. We had dads in the Air Force, so we come from military families. If you're watching YouTube, you can see that we're all wearing red. And it's not just a Red Friday. It's not just a Friday with Beamer, but Mr. T, it's also another special day.
Yes, it is.
Happy Morning Show Hosts Day.
We hope you like our show.
It's a morning show.
Decent people are being corrupted.
There's an element of uncontrolled chaos.
I got a feeling we're being hustled.
Clever, slightly nasty, very impressive.
That's the way to wake up.
Why is it so sticky?
Happy Morning Show Hosts Day.
National Morning Show Hosts Day.
Why is it so sticky? I don't know why.
Charity.
That's what the guy said. Why is it so sticky?
Yeah, it's a little concerning.
Yeah.
Charity, happy Morning Show Host Day.
Hey, same to you guys. It's a crazy business we're in.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I want to
Yes,
go around the horn. Can't be someone at this station. Charity, who in your entire career of listening to radio, who's your favorite morning show host?
Morning show host.
Pick one.
I'm kind of biased because I feel like it's us.
Why? I like it.
that. I like that
It's us.
reasoning. I like that reasoning.
We are my favorite. Okay, Mr. T, how would you answer that? Your favorite morning show host?
Well, I was going to say us, but I decided Lyle and Han, man. I grew up listening to them, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna go national and global. Howard Stern.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I lived in Los Angeles, like 91, 90, they simulcast for the first time ever the Howard Stern show from New York to LA. So it would come on at 3 a.m. LA time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And I was such a freak. I would stay up till and listen to the first hour. I wouldn't go to bed till 4.
Wow.
So I could hear the first 1 hour of the Howard Stern
And how
show.
things have changed. Now you're up and
Yeah.
at work at 4.
Now I'm forced to be awake.
Yeah.
If only Howard Stern was around, I'd be happy. Okay, let's get this Friday party started with your traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Sunday. All 3 days, highs in the mid to upper 90s and lows in the mid to upper 60s. It is 66 degrees in Leon Valley, 64 at the Snake Farm, and 64 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 514.
San Antonio's first news on our YouTube feed. We're live. You can go check it out. Look for 1200 WOAI on YouTube. Sam Tobias just wrote, it used to be Lyle and Han on KISS. Now it's Charity, Mr. T, and Chris on 1200 WOAI.
Checks in the mail.
Woo!
Love it.
We're in good company.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Sam Tobias. We got a lot to talk about. First and foremost, Charity, and you've been tracking all night long. Hurricane Helene did make landfall overnight. The center of the storm now over Georgia, and sadly, there were fatalities.
Yeah, at least 3 people have been killed. 1 person died in Florida. Apparently, a sign fell on their car. 2 people killed in Georgia as a result of a possible tornado. But Helene was the monster, as predicted, made landfall in northwestern Florida as a Category 4. It's now a tropical storm, but it's left behind a lot of destruction. Nearly 2 million customers without power across Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas.
Can you imagine going through this and then having your power out? And God knows how long it's going to be. That's a lot of people to get power back onto. So this could take some time. So, and let's think about it. All the water around and all the things that are in the water. It's just, especially in Florida, you never know what's in that water.
And they've gone through so much of this, the last several years. We'll continue to bring you the latest. We got experts coming on. We got Weather Channel meteorologist Ken Boone at 5:40. But coming up, today is a big day in the state of Texas. We'll tell you why it is, and we're going to ask you a question about it. WOAI News Time, 5:16.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
Well,
Hey, he's
Kemper,
at Bernie High School where
it's his homeroom.
I guess he goes.
He's in homeroom.
He's in homeroom.
Yeah. Kemper, sorry to hear about your daughter being without power. Hopefully everything is okay.
Where is Kemper's daughter located?
Orlando.
Oh, my goodness. Isn't that where
Rory's at.
Rory
Yeah.
O'Neill is based out of?
Yep, you are correct, Sam. CPS always does that. Comes to help out our neighbors. Even though they're not close neighbors, they're still neighbors.
CD Lame with the touchdown. Boy, Cowboys took care of the Giants, didn't they?
Yeah,
Woo!
oh yeah.
A convincing 20-15 win. And Micah Parsons injures an ankle.
But good news is he's walking on it.
True.
That's good news. So it might not be that bad.
The average person is tipped 40 times when they didn't think it was necessary. I tried to tip the bartenders
I know.
yesterday. I said, "Where's the tip jar?" And she said, "We're being taken care of." I said,
well, funny story about
"Nobody
that.
takes better care of you than I do."
Mike Hall said the same thing, and the girl kind of copped an attitude with him and basically was not as nice as she was to you.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like I tip the hell out of people.
Well, I was going to too, but like you said, no tip jar. And then Brittany told me, no, I've got the tip. I'm going to take care of them because they were contracted bartenders from someplace. But yeah.
All right.
Same thing. I tried to also, especially when she was letting me get 2 beers at a time.
Yeah. As a former bartender, I tip minimum buck a drink, and whether the drinks I'm paying for them, whether they're comp like last night. So. How much caffeine is too much?
Not.
I'm hearing a lot, and I had it for the first time a few weeks. Cacao. Some people are substituting cacao for coffee.
Yeah. Listen to this. Sheriff in Taylor County, Florida, issued a grim warning to people who stayed to ride the storm out instead of evacuating and told them to take a black magic marker, write your name, social security number, and everything on your arm so that bodies can be identified after the storm passes. That's actually damn good advice. If you're not going to leave, do us a favor.
Right. We can identify your body. You need to read that on the air. That's
I will.
Pretty big.
Take a Sharpie, that way it doesn't wash off. Boom, 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 boom.
.63 at Stinson Field.
Stand by.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. Do you realize why this is a big day in the state of Texas? We'll tell you in a sec. Charity, what stories are you following?
Helene is now a tropical storm after leaving behind damage and deaths in Florida and Georgia. Former President Trump will be in Michigan today, while VP Kamala Harris will head to the border state of Arizona, and an arrest has been made in connection to the murder of a woman at an East Side hiking trail. We'll have the story and more. Right now, traffic and weather.
Beautiful weekend in store. How will it play out? We welcome in News 4 San Antonio meteorologist Jeanette Kaya. Good morning, Jeanette. Thanks, Jeanette. 64 degrees here at the Radio Ranch. WOEI News Time 521.
San Antonio's first news. Andrew Zimmel and EJ Pacheco doing the heavy lifting, making the show go this morning. It's not just a Red Friday. It's not just Friday with Beamer. It's not just National Morning Show Host Day, but Charity McCurdy. It's a big day in the state of Texas.
The State Fair of Texas gets underway today. Fried everything for everyone. Get ready.
Yes.
Yummy.
Now, the first bad news, let's get this out of the way. We're not allowed to bring our firearms
That's it. I'm not
to the
going.
State Fair. I was going to bring my AR-15, my 357 Magnum, my Saturday night special, just kind of my little back pocket pistol. And I think firearms should be mandatory. As you come into the State Fair, you must show your firearm and fire it in the air, or you don't get in. What do you say, Charity? This is Texas. We love our guns in Texas.
Yeah, but it might get in the way of, being able to, double fisting, beer or taquitos in one
okay,
hand,
that's true.
chicken
Now
leg
you're
in one
talking.
hand. Yeah.
Well, if you
Now you're
holster
talking.
your weapon, you
This
can
is
double
true.
fist your beer.
Well, I guarantee if you walk up to the ticket booth and and show them your gun, you won't have to pay to get in.
And sadly,
saying.
I was double fisting beer last night at the company
Yeah,
party.
I noticed that.
Well, I had a beer, and Mr. T goes, "Can I get you anything? Hey, give me another beer. I have a free hand." All right, back to the State Fair, Charity. Well, and Mr. T, you got a question for the people.
Yeah, look, what is your favorite, let's say, fair food or festival food?
Yeah.
Look, and I'll go on the State Fair of Texas. One of my favorite things is the Fletcher's Corny Dog.
Fletcher's Corny Dog.
Yeah, that's where they originated. That's where they're from, and I love those things.
Fletcher's Corny Dogs. Charity?
It's the drowning taquitos for me. It's
Ooh.
like it's served in a cup. They have the hand rolled tortillas stuffed with shredded chicken and deep fried to perfection. And they have it in like a tangy cream sauce, guacamole salsa with shredded lettuce.
Wow.
avocado.
Anybody else getting hungry?
I'm getting real hungry.
It's amazing. It really is.
How fast can we get up to Dallas and sample that?
I don't know,
I'll take anything on a stick. I
Yeah,
mean, whether
exactly.
it's Niosa,
Yeah.
I feel like a man
yeah.
eating some.
Well, and
some kind
it's
of
so
beef off a
convenient
stick.
because you can have the sausage on a stick in one hand and
Yes.
a beer in the other.
Yes.
And you just, hey,
Bite of the sausage,
drink of the
guzzle,
beer.
slug
Yeah.
of beer. Yes.
When I see those huge turkey legs, that's what I'm like, well, that's caveman style
Yeah.
kind of food.
It's pretty Neanderthal.
Mhm.
I do
Very
like
nice.
it though.
And I am 0.5%
I know.
Neanderthal.
So you can get away with it anytime. You don't even have to be at a
Yes.
fair, Chris.
According to 23andMe. I'm not making that up. So, Charity, we want to hear from the people. What's their favorite Texas State Fair food. And as Mr. T said, you can broaden it. Your favorite festival food. It could be Niosa, whatever you're into. How do they get us that information?
The free iHeart Radio app. You download it if you don't have it already. It's absolutely free. Launch it, search 1200 WOAI, hit that red circle. That's the talkback button. 30 seconds to sound off.
Coming up at 5:40 in less than 15 minutes, Weather Channel meteorologist Ken Boone with the latest on what is now Tropical Storm Helene, what happened overnight, and what's next. Charity with everything you need to know at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time, 5:25.
Andrew.
Louie.
Andrew.
Can I get the director on the floor, please? Louie.
My makeup's a little smudge. No, can you adjust this camera for me? My makeup is a little. Can I get a refresh? Can I get a little powder?
And when Randy gets here, that will become
Randy Beamer Cam.
Randy Beamer coming in studio today.
Randy Cam.
That means double. It's a double eye candy Friday.
Ooh, you know what we should do? We should switch the talk back up and have everybody send in congratulations to Randy for his new grandkid.
Ooh. All right. Well, or we'll do it. We'll you can do either or. How about that?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Or both.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Both or either.
Yeah. Because that way we can just
All right, and we'll
after
we'll add that at 50.
after Kim Boone.
Okay.
All right. We're a little slow this morning because we were out a little late last night, so bear with us, please.
We were forced to go to a company party. However, there was alcohol.
Yep. That tequila was good. I have to admit, that was really good tequila.
I was forced to drink a margarita.
I saw them. I saw them going, if you don't drink it, sir,
Yeah.
you got to leave.
Yeah. Drink that margarita now.
You chug it, mister.
All right.
Okay.
If I have to.
Will do. All right, then.
Stacy Salsa Verde.
Okay, that's just weird.
That's a good looking dog.
Yeah, not bad.
Louie, are you out of here? Have a blessed day.
Have a great day.
You as
Louie.
well.
Louie.
Louie, Sam, Tommy Miller, Jonathan Sanchez, good morning.
Jonathan.
Kemper. Oh, Pags did come in late.
Did you get Jenny James by any chance?
I got it yesterday, I think.
Can you send it to me?
I can do
Because
that.
she did not. And you heard me tell her.
I did.
Okay.
And
Hopefully next week she'll get on board. Even though I told her we were sitting at that luncheon that time when this came up to send it to me, and she hasn't done it since then. So I don't know. It might not ever happen.
we'll keep telling her.
Guess I'll tell her at the Christmas luncheon next time I see her. Oh, no, maybe Elf Louise.
All right. Forwarding Pags.
Mm.
Forward. Pags for Friday. Okay. Pags is on the way.
I got it.
Now here comes Jenny James. Where is she? So yesterday I get an email from Jason McCullum.
Uh-oh.
Your code of conduct training is due today.
Didn't you already do it?
I had not done it.
Oh.
I forgot.
Oops.
I'm a criminal.
So did you do it?
No, I wrote it. I said, I'll do it right now. Right. So instead of napping,
Oh, man.
I did code of conduct.
Man, God, that's boring, isn't it? It's the same thing we've done.
Yeah.
This is the 30th time I've taken it, man. 30 times. Of course, the first few were on paper. I think after 20, you should just be grandfathered in.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to do it anymore. You've done it enough. Thank you. Do you still remember?
Sending Jenny James right now. She's sent.
Jenny Jane. Oh, hello.
Hey, get a little something.
Hey, look, there's your guy.
There, my fellow Neanderthal.
I bet he doesn't know that how much he is.
He's
What
probably
percentage?
he's like 74%.
He's 110.
Yeah.
110%.
He's a stand-in for the Geico caveman commercial.
I actually have 2 of these morning show things. Here's the other one, real quick.
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Hurricane Helene leaves 3 dead and 2 million without power. And today, the State Fair of Texas kicks off. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Friday: sunshine, a high near 95. Tonight's low in the upper 60s. Right now, 65 degrees. Hurricane Helene left behind major wind gusts, knocking out power for many residents of Florida. Fox Weather's Mike Seidel is in Perry, Florida, with a firsthand look at the effects of the storm.
It's much better now. We have a little bit of a light shower. This is about it for the rainfall. The winds are still gusting upwards of 40 miles an hour from the other direction because we're on the backside, so they're coming around from the southwest or west-southwest. We had a wind gust of 99 miles an hour in that eastern eye wall at 11:10 Eastern last night. It was late on Thursday night, and that was our peak gust, sustained winds 55 miles an hour. So that's what is going to knock out power. Basically the entire county and all the counties in the Big Bend area are without power.
At least 3 people have been killed so far, 1 in Florida, 2 in Georgia. Helene has now been downgraded to a tropical storm. The center of the storm is now near Valdosta, Georgia. Volunteers are ready to charge into hard-hit parts of Florida to help rebuild. The group Texans on Mission are specially trained to use chainsaws to clear fallen trees.
There will be a lot of sweat, but at the end of the day, we will literally clear the path for recovery for some of these families.
The group's John Hall says they see this as a calling. For years, their volunteers with the Baptist Church have helped areas recover from hurricanes. In addition to clearing brush, they'll also bring hot meals to areas without power. Former President Trump delivered remarks at Trump Tower in New York City, announcing he'll meet with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. Trump responded to claims from VP Kamala Harris that his strategy to end the war is for Ukraine to surrender to Russia.
It's not a surrender. What my strategy is to save lives. I want to save lives. Millions of people are dead. Millions more than they even think about. And it's not my fight, but it is a fight to save humanity.
Zelensky sat down with President Biden, who announced billions of dollars in additional support with missiles, drones, ammunition, and other supplies to bolster Ukraine's military against Russian aggression. Meantime, Kamala Harris is making a run for the southern border. Michael Board reports.
The vice president is visiting the southern border today as part of her presidential campaign. Republicans are mocking the border's sudden interest in the border itself.
She is underestimating the intelligence of the American people and the voters because they see through this as a phony publicity stunt.
He says Harris had years to visit the border and only did it once before. That was for a fundraiser too in El Paso. This time Harris will be touring southern Arizona, where she'll make a push for more Border Patrol agents and technology to stop the flood of fentanyl. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
President Biden has signed a new executive order on gun violence prevention, which focuses in part on so-called Glock switches. They're devices that turn pistols into machine guns, and experts say they're dangerous.
What tends to happen when you use full auto with people who aren't trained to use full auto is they just end up throwing a bunch of rounds away instead of hitting your target.
Pete Blair heads the Alert Center at Texas State University, which trains police. He says these devices are not widely seen, but it's not unusual for the feds to want to get ahead of emerging trends. Glock switches were used by gunmen in Birmingham, Alabama, who fired into a crowd. 4 people were killed and 17 others injured. A man is in custody after detectives say he knew too much about the death of a woman whose body was found Monday in an East Side park. Bexar County deputies encountered 38-year-old Marco Flores yesterday near the area where they were investigating. Flores reportedly knew details about 63-year-old Stacy Dramiga's condition that had not been made public. After deputies told Flores they were detaining him for questioning, he ran away. Deputies caught him and arrested him on a charge of evading arrest. Well, Texans will have plenty of pumpkins to choose from heading into Halloween. Stephen Pickering reports.
Texas is one of the top pumpkin producing states in the country and produces a high percentage of the pumpkins that are used to make jack-o'-lanterns at Halloween. While this year's crop in Texas is slightly below average, yields are up significantly compared to last year when drought was a big problem. Growing conditions were good during most of the pumpkin growing season in most of the state. Experts say prices do fluctuate leading up to Halloween, but supply should not be a problem. Consumers can look for the Texas Grown sticker to make sure the pumpkin they're getting comes from the Lone Star State.
Well, the Supreme Court of Texas is leaving the gun ban at the State Fair of Texas in effect. Last night, the High Court denied Attorney General Ken Paxton's emergency request to overturn the fair's policy banning all guns from the fairgrounds. Paxton says the ban violates state law because the fair is held on government-owned property. A Dallas judge in the 15th Court of Appeals had already upheld the ban. Paxton filed his petition with the Supreme Court on Wednesday. The fair starts today in Dallas. It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, to check of your money and the world of business, we say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's First News, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Well, let's get a comprehensive look at where what is now Tropical Storm Helene is standing and what is next. Let's check in with Weather Channel meteorologist Ken Boone. Ken, for people just getting up this morning, what happened overnight with Hurricane Helene and what's next for the tropical storm?
Yeah, so Hurricane Helene made landfall a little after 11 o'clock, right around 11:10 or so, along the Big Bend area of Florida, about 10 miles west-southwest of Perry, Florida, 140-mile-per-hour winds when it made landfall, quickly moved up into South Georgia, and now that center of circulation, 5 a.m. was the last official location that we got from the National Hurricane Center. It was down towards Macon. But looking at some of the wind gusts, I think that's pushed further up towards the north near the Augusta area. Right after 6 o'clock Eastern time, we had a wind gust of 81 miles per hour near Augusta. So still packing some very strong winds as it will continue to move northward on up towards western North Carolina and eastern Tennessee, eventually kind of more near the Tennessee-Kentucky border by late today and into tonight.
Ken, did Helene bring the record-breaking storm surge that was predicted?
Yeah, I haven't seen what the official storm surge was where it made landfall. That might take some time before we officially see that official number. But it was looking like it could certainly be in that 10 to 15 foot or more area right where it came on shore.
And Ken, even though it's a tropical storm now, we still got to worry about tornadoes on the outside of this, right?
Yeah, so the eastern side of the storm, East Georgia on up into South Carolina, even southern parts of North Carolina, there is going to be a tornado threat here as we head through much of the rest of this morning and into early afternoon. As it kind of heads towards the north, I think the tornado threat will lessen with this circulation, but the winds and the rain is really going to be a big concern there in the southern Appalachians.
And you mentioned, Ken, it continuing to move north. Can we expect it to continue to wreak havoc on those states in its path north through the rest of the weekend?
Well, it's going to kind of get incorporated into an area of low pressure in the upper levels of the atmosphere that's going to kind of linger across the Tennessee, Kentucky area as it then fizzles out as we head through the weekend. So we're not going to see much of the rain associated with get much further north in, say, the Ohio, Indiana area, maybe southern Illinois will see some showers. Maybe southeastern Missouri might see some showers associated with it. But mostly Kentucky, Tennessee will see some rain through the weekend. Nothing like what they're going to see in the southern Appalachians, eastern Tennessee, and especially western parts of North Carolina. That's where we're going to see the biggest flooding story from the rain associated with Helene, I think, will come from there.
And Ken, as far as being a record breaker, was Helene, one of the biggest hurricanes in terms of size that we've seen in quite some time?
It was certainly, as far as land area, it was certainly one of the biggest. I have not seen, a list of where, it officially ranks, but it's certainly from a geographical size, it was still pretty big. I do know that it was one of, if not the strongest storm to impact that Big Bend area of Florida, certainly in a long time. So, this storm, this storm had a lot of things interesting with it as from a meteorological aspect too. It was a big storm. It strengthened very quickly and moving very, very fast. And so the inland impacts with this storm are, something that we don't typically see with a lot of storms because of its size and its strength and its fast moving. So this is certainly going to be a storm that will be talked about for quite a while.
And Ken, we're still in hurricane season. Is there anything else out there brewing?
Yeah, so we've got Hurricane Isaac. That's well out in the Atlantic. That's going to head actually eastward. So that's going to be no issue for the United States. But there is an area out in the southern Atlantic that the National Hurricane Center is watching that as we get into next week could potentially develop. And they're also watching the potential for another system to develop late next week, towards next weekend in the Caribbean. So it's that part of the season where it's very active. We get these waves and we have to monitor it because a lot of that area is very conducive for development like we saw with this storm and the rapid development. So those are kind of the two areas that we're watching as we get into next week.
Our thanks to Weather Channel meteorologist Ken Boone. Coming up, we'll go back in time. We'll play flashback. Then we're going to hear from you on the Talkback feature, your favorite state fair foods. And we've got breaking Randy Beamer news to tell you as well. WOAI News Time 546.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
You know what? He wasn't bad.
Yeah. Liked him.
Yeah. Quicker answers.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
You can get it.
Nice. We like user friendly.
Yeah.
Gosh, that woman from New York, I forget her name.
Oh my God.
She does not stop.
No, she doesn't even breathe.
Yeah. But you should go 7 minutes if you let her.
Yeah. Sick of just batting down the hatches, man.
Echo 5 Hotel. Mag 7189. What is up?
Haven't seen Tracy Trevin in there today.
Trevin, and we will not engage in the conspiracy theory that Trevin is actually Tracy Bogart. We're not even going to put that out there.
Yes.
Because we don't do that around here.
No, we don't.
We do
And
not
good morning,
engage
Connie.
in conspiracy theories. So just put it out
Good
of your
morning, Sicko.
mind. Don't think about it again.
Yes.
That Trevin might be actually Tracy Bogart.
You never see them together. Bob Beavers, everybody.
Wardrobe change. Bob Beavers.
Bob, how the heck are you? Have you talked to Cindy? Have you gone on another date yet?
Yeah, and Bob, let me just show you this logo. 1200 WOAI. Just a reminder. Hey, we missed Randy Adams yesterday.
I know.
What the heck?
I was looking for him.
Maybe she just gets cold?
I'm thinking they got that female director working.
Yeah.
Again. Ah, they're going out tomorrow. Good job, Bob. Way to
Wow,
go, man.
Bob. All right. We expect a full report on Monday morning.
Yes, Bob. Well, it depends on what happens. A full report. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, Bob. I'm like a dog with a bone. I won't let it go.
Giving the dog a bone. Yeah, so I was telling you about that Michael Schenker, the UFO years.
Okay.
Oh, man, I'm going to get it because it's pretty damn good. I looked it up when I got home last night and was looking at the track. Oh, my God.
Very nice.
Got all kinds of people with him, man.
Cool.
Yeah, it's very good. Very, very good.
Does he tour?
I don't know, man. He's kind of a jerk.
Really?
Oh, God, I saw him kick some dude in the head at Sunken Gardens. The guy was doing something up in the front, man, and he didn't like it.
Kicked him in the head.
He kicked him.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, he's kind of a jerk, man.
All right.
As a matter of fact, I believe that he couldn't get a visa to get into the United States once because of a domestic violence charge.
Ooh, not good.
Yeah, that was
Not good.
that was the rumor at the time because he didn't get to come in and play with the UFO. They were supposed to get back together for a little quick tour, and he couldn't get in the United States because of that.
Wow.
Yeah,
We don't like that.
nope. All right, let's see how many talk back.
Thank you, Mag 7189.
Well, if you say it enough, it eventually becomes true.
Yes.
All right, we got two. Ooh, that's a good one too. I like that. Oh, stand by.
We are jumping into the DeLorean. We are going to activate the flux capacitor. We're going to accelerate to 88 miles an hour and go back in time. But what year will we land in? See if you can figure it out. We'll try to figure it out. Let's play flashback.
Wow. Ding.
Ooh. Mr. T, you dinged in. What year would you like to choose?
I believe Burt Reynolds died in 2018.
Wow.
I think.
Charity,
I'm almost positive.
Do you concur?
I don't know, so I'll go with T.
All right, good.
I'll go with Mr. T on that as well. Is it 2018? Mr. T.
I know my Burt Reynolds.
He knows
man.
his Burt Reynolds history. Smokey and the Bandit.
Loved it.
An American classic.
Loved it.
Charity, what stories are you following?
Helene is now a tropical storm after making landfall as a Cat 4 on Florida's west coast last night. VP Kamala Harris will make a border visit in Arizona today, while former President Trump will campaign in Michigan. And Southwest Airlines is now suing the city of San Antonio. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Sunday. All 3 days, highs in the mid to upper 90s. Overnight lows all 3 days in the mid to upper 60s. It is 66 degrees in Leon Valley, 64 in Floresville, and 64 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:52.
San Antonio's First News with a reminder. Circle your calendar for Tuesday night. Tuesday night at 8 p.m., the vice presidential debate, J.D. Vance versus Tim Walz. You will hear every moment of it right here on 1200 WOAI. Before we get to the talkbacks and the breaking Randy Beamer news, Charity, I just heard you mention Southwest Airlines suing the city of San Antonio. Okay, this may be 3 strikes and you're out for me. First of all, they did away with the 1970s era stewardess uniforms.
Why would they do that?
Which were
Chris?
iconic.
Yes.
I miss those. Secondly, now they're doing away with festival seating. To me, that's one of the reasons I love Southwest Airlines. If I can get in that A group and I'm not in steerage,
Right.
I can pick my own seat and not get the dreaded middle seat. And now you're suing our hometown, Southwest. What has gotten into Southwest Airlines?
I don't know. They're in demand, so I think that they feel like they, have the upper hand. And
They better watch out.
Yeah, but they want more gates, and this San Antonio International Airport's newest terminal that's under construction. So hopefully they'll be able to work that out. They were supposed to sign a new airport leasing agreement by October 1st, but they're suing to delay that deadline.
Well, I want festival seating, and I want the stewardesses
Yes.
back from the early 1970s.
Yes.
In their orange hot pants.
Yes, and the go-go boots.
And the go-go boots.
Yes, that was a big thing, was the boots.
Yes. And I want smoking on airplanes back. I don't even smoke. I don't even smoke, but I want to see a businessman lighting up a cigarette and talking it up with
Only
a
if
stewardess.
he's wearing a suit like they
Yes.
used to.
Yes. All right. Before we in fact, Charity, you're the news anchor. I'll let you break this news. We got a text from Randy Beamer, who will be in studio later this morning. It's a double eye candy Friday on
Yes, sir.
YouTube. There is breaking Randy Beamer news this morning.
Yes, his new baby grandson arrived a week early and came in at 9 pounds.
It was ready to get out, man. It got any
Yes.
bigger.
9 pounds.
It got any bigger when it walked out.
Cowboys looking for an offensive lineman.
They're always
22
looking for an
years from
offensive
now.
lineman.
Yeah.
So he's a beaming polar pop.
He's a
Yes, he
polar
is.
pop.
So if you
Cool.
want to give him some congratulations, right?
Yes. So on our talkback, in addition to the original talkback topic, you could, if you want, to congratulate Randy Beamer for being a granddaddy, I believe, once again, right?
Once again, yes.
It's not the first time for Randy.
No, no,
Okay.
he's
It's
got
not
them
his
everywhere.
first rodeo.
No, he got many. I don't even know how many.
So, Mr. T, reset. What was the original talkback
The
question?
original talkback was Texas State Fair opens today. Your favorite fair or festival food, and now you can either do that and wish Randy Beamer, some congratulations on his new grandbaby, or just congratulate Randy Beamer on his New grandbaby.
Whatever you want to do is fine with us.
Yeah, it's Friday.
And Charity, we assume people know how to talk to us, but just in case.
Yeah, the free iHeartRadio app. You launch it, search 1200 WOAI, hit that red talkback button, 30 seconds to sound off.
Yep, let's go out to Lido.
Hey guys, Stephen from Lotto. My favorite festival or state fair food is the chicken on the stick. If you get it just right, it can be tender and juicy. If it's been sitting there warmer too long, it's all dried out. But the ones I've gotten have been pretty good. That's my favorite. Hey, why did the sesame seed, why couldn't he leave the casino? He was on a roll. How do you make an apple turnover? Push it downhill. Y'all have a great weekend.
He is on fire. We need to get Stephen
I
from
know.
Lytle's calls
Sponsored,
sponsored
yes.
by the LOL Comedy Club, and we need to get him a week at the LOL Comedy.
We should.
We'll
we
go.
Should. 2-drink minimum.
2-drink minimum. Tip
Yeah.
your wait staff. Try the veal. We'll go.
Here's Kemper.
Happy Red Friday. When I think of the state fair, all I think of is Texas OU, baby. Hook 'em. But state fair food, I'm always looking for that kettle corn, especially when they're making it fresh and hot right then and there. Yeah, now that's what we're talking about. Have a great weekend.
And I'm starting to get hungry again.
Yeah, and another great message, talk back from Kemper. She's a huge Longhorn
Yes, she
alum.
is.
She goes to all the games, Texas OU and kettle corn.
Doesn't get much better.
Kind of goes together.
Yes, it does.
I would just add firearms at the state fair. What is wrong with these people prohibiting our firearms?
Hey, your Texas AG tried. you know,
He sure
to the
did.
last minute.
Give him
yeah.
credit,
Ken
Chris.
Paxton,
Give
yeah.
him credit.
God love him. God love him. All right. Coming up, Charity McCurdy with everything you need to know at the top of the hour. Big 6 o'clock hour. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days. White House correspondent John Decker on the road on campaign 2024. Keep it right here. WOAI News Time 558.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody. Kemper, great message.
Yes,
I don't think Stephen from Lytle is in here, but if he is, another great one.
always.
If there were a Mount Rushmore on talkbacks,
Ooh, careful,
Kemper.
careful.
RK, Stephen from Lytle, and I guess Rooster.
What's up? Yeah, he's got the number.
Yeah. And I need to tell him.
He's going to text him.
I'm going to text him because he texted me after I went to sleep and said, "Are you calling me or am I calling you?" So I'm going to like 6:30. Beautiful.
Please.
We could play Louie.
Louie.
Woo! 1 hour down. What are we doing at 6?
Oh, no, Steve Giarocco's in.
It would help if I looked at the
I can't remember, Chris. That was like minutes ago.
hurricane. Yeah, it's the big story.
Yep. 20, let's do Cowboys at 20.
Done. Sold.
I've got that audio if you want. We could play a little bit of it.
Whatever you choose.
Hang on. Hang on, sleepy. Sleepy, hang on. Here comes Charity, everybody.
Six o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Hurricane Helene leaves 3 dead and 2 million without power. And Southwest Airlines sues San Antonio. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Friday: sunshine, a high near 95. Tonight's low in the upper 60s. Right now, 65 degrees. Hurricane Helene is now a tropical storm and has moved to Georgia. After striking Florida, it left at least 3 dead. Fox weather meteorologist Marissa Torres has more from Greenville, Florida.
Where I was in Tallahassee, it could have been so much worse, but that little shift to the east helped Tallahassee, but made it so much worse for other areas along the Nature Coast. I want to talk about where we are because Tallahassee, yes, you have about 70% of the county without power, mainly some downed trees. Minimal damage compared to what it could have been. We decided to head east, closer to where Helene made landfall. We are stuck on I-10. We are in Madison County. We are in Greenville. We are just to the north of Perry, which is much closer to landfall, which took a huge hit and suffered immense damage.
6 states are under states of emergency due to the storm, and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis outlined recovery efforts in place.
We have 3,500 National Guardsmen standing by. We have our state guards standing by. We have state troopers standing by, and they will be active if need be. And I know we have a lot of our local first responders are going to be ready to be able to be on scene as well as needed.
And volunteers from Texas are ready to charge into hard-hit parts of Florida to help rebuild. Here's Beth Myers.
The hurricane carved a path of destruction. Specially trained members with the group Texans on Mission are now going in with chainsaws to clear it up.
We are prepared to radically transform a region of a city in a few days to a few weeks.
The group's John Hall says they see this as a calling. For years, their volunteers with the Baptist Church have helped areas recover from hurricanes. In addition to clearing brush, they'll also bring hot meals to areas without power. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
President Biden has signed executive actions taking steps to address gun violence as well as how children and parents can respond to preventing it. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
President Biden's order seeks to, first and foremost,
establish a new federal task force on emerging firearm threats,
including ghost guns and 3D printed switches that make handguns fire like automatics. He also seeks to change how school shooter drills are done to reduce kids' trauma. The president says parents will also get knowledge from his action
about safety of storing firearms in their homes.
These actions, according to Vice President Harris, align with an administration belief.
The right to be safe is a civil right.
Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is set to address the UN General Assembly today. His speech comes as the U.S. and allies are calling for an immediate 21-day ceasefire between Israel and the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. Vice President Kamala Harris is courting voters on the West Coast with a planned stop at the southern border in Arizona. Here's Fox's Tanya J. Powers.
Vice President Kamala Harris begins her West Coast trip in Douglas, Arizona, where she is expected to give details on her proposal to send new agents to the border, as well as new technology to stem the flow of fentanyl. Douglas is Arizona's second largest port of entry along the southern border. Arizona is a battleground state with 11 electoral votes up for grabs and narrowly went for President Biden in 2020. Following the Arizona stop, the vice president has campaign fundraisers scheduled in San Francisco and Los Angeles on Saturday and Sunday before heading to an event in Nevada. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Delivering remarks at Trump Tower in New York City, former President Trump was critical of Harris's record on border security and her promises to improve it.
Why didn't she fix it almost 4 years ago? She's got no plans, got no talent, got no ability to do it.
Republicans say it's hypocritical for her to show a sudden interest in the effects of illegal immigration. A man is in custody after detectives say he knew too much about the death of a woman whose body was found Monday in an Eastside park. Bexar County deputies encountered 38-year-old Marco Flores yesterday near the area where they were investigating. Flores reportedly knew details about 63-year-old Stacy Tramiga's condition that had not been made public. After deputies told Flores they were detaining him for questioning, he ran away. Deputies caught him and arrested him on a charge of evading arrest. A new wrinkle in the ongoing dispute between Southwest Airlines and the city of San Antonio. Eric Lycum reports.
Yesterday, the Dallas-based airline filed suit in federal court against the city of San Antonio that also named airport director Jesus Saenz, alleging they used subjective factors with assigning airline terminal gates. A new lease agreement is set to go into effect next week, but Southwest wants that delayed because they say as it stands, the deal negatively impacts their future growth. They say they were promised to be part of the future terminal. City officials promised at least $200 million allocated to improve their current Terminal A facility, which the airline is reviewing, but they will not sign the new agreement before next Tuesday. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
And the Cowboys knocked off the NFC East rival Giants on Thursday Night Football from the Meadowlands 20-15. Dallas now heads into a mini bye week. It is 6:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charity McCurdy, Charlie Parker. With those were the days at 6:48. I'm Chris Duell. Big 6 o'clock hour. Coming up at 6:40, White House correspondent John Decker from the campaign 2024. We're your Decision 2024 headquarters. He'll bring us the latest. Charlie, with those were the days at 6:48. We'll talk a little Cowboys as they win a football game last night against one of the worst teams in the league. I guess we should be happy. And coming right up, the latest on Tropical Storm Helene. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Sunday, all 3 days. Highs in the mid to upper 90s and the overnight lows in the mid to upper 60s. It is 66 degrees in Von Ormy, Texas, 66 at Randolph, 64 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 610.
San Antonio's first news. Helene made landfall in Florida overnight. When it did, it was a Category 4 hurricane. It is now a tropical storm. It is said to be the strongest hurricane on record to slam into Florida's Big Bend region. Let's listen to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
This area has not had a major hurricane hit in quite some time, and certainly nobody in recent memory has seen a storm of this magnitude that has hit.
And sadly, as we've been talking about this morning, Charity, there were fatalities associated with Hurricane Helene.
Yeah, so far we are hearing at least 3 are dead. You had one person die in Florida from an apparent sign that fell on their car that they were in. You had 2 people killed in South Georgia as a result of a possible tornado as Helene approached. So very dangerous still, even if the storm has passed your area. Local officials are telling people to stay inside. It's not safe to venture out.
And speaking of local officials, a sheriff in Taylor County, Florida, issued a warning for people who chose to ride the storm out instead of evacuating. He says, take a black permanent magic marker, write your name, your social security number, and everything on your arm so that the bodies can be identified after the storm passes.
My God, that's very chilling. But Charity, we talked about it yesterday. They were talking about the storm surge being unsurvivable. I kept hearing authorities using the term unsurvivable and catastrophic. And I think anybody who stuck around, decided to ride the storm out was probably being pretty foolhardy.
Yeah, and I've seen footage of people who have security cameras inside their home. And if they evacuated, they were able to monitor it from an app on their smartphone. And you could see water rushing in through the front door cracks and windows, and you could see the water levels rising in these homes. So there's going to be a lot of widespread damage to homes that were in those hard-hit regions. And I even saw footage of someone swimming in floodwaters.
Oh my gosh.
And you don't even know what's in there. I mean, all sorts of things are floating around.
Well, yeah,
starting with
wildlife.
snakes.
Yeah.
Pythons. Yeah, they just had the python roundup in Florida. So they're out there, and those are there. Alligators.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, all kinds of snakes, too. You said snakes, and I mentioned pythons, but just about every kind of snake.
Yeah.
They got to get somewhere. They're trying to live, too.
That's my worst nightmare.
Yeah. And you brought this up, Mr. T, with Weather Channel meteorologist Ken Boone, and we've talked about it. Still a significant chunk of hurricane season left.
Yeah.
And there could still be more hurricanes on the way. And of course, if that happens, the Texas Gulf Coast has to be vigilant.
Most definitely. And, it extends beyond the November 30th, season. I mean, it can go well beyond that. And it often starts before the June 1st, start date for the Atlantic hurricane season. So it's something we need to be aware of. And we're kind of hitting the peak part of the Atlantic hurricane season.
And what we got to remember is Mother Nature's calendar. She doesn't really care about it. So like Charity said, it could be past November 30th. We could see another hurricane, especially if the water stays warm like it is right now. If the winter's not so, bad, it doesn't get as cold as they think it's going to be. It could happen all the way through, into December.
So true. So true. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll continue to bring you the latest on what is now Tropical Storm Helene. Coming up, we'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, and weather, and we'll react to the Cowboys' victory last night against the New York Giants. WOAI News Time, 6:15.
And we're back. Good morning, Rock, Sika, Travis, Connie, Tim, Jacob, Echo. Kemper, if you're still in there. I think that's it. Oh, somebody else just checked in.
Jacob C. Hernandez, Connie, Tim, Sika Pollen. There's Kemper.
Got Snakes in the Rain. I love it. Samuel L. Jackson's new movie, Snakes in the Rain. Get these mother out of my motherfucking rain.
How are we not leading with Hoda Kotb leading leaving the Today Show?
And they're doing that on CBS. Yes.
That's crazy.
That is nuts. Oh, well, screw this. I'm going to go watch her last show. It is. It is a wonderful thing to save a dog's life. So Trump's in Michigan today and Harris is in Arizona.
So early in the Cowboys segment, I'll say, there
was reports out yesterday that Bill
Jerry Jones
let's
been
listen
talking
in.
to Bill
Let's listen
Belichick.
in.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I sent you that story that CBS. My buddy, who's a Redskins / Commanders fan, sent me that.
I think it's a possibility. And had they gone to 1-3,
I think
as
it
you
would have
mentioned,
been.
with the
I think he
bye.
would have had to find his own way home.
Yeah.
I could see Jerry firing him in New York.
Never forget.
Cowboys just look bad, Rooster.
Pat Hayden fired Lane Kiffin on the tarmac.
Yes.
Yeah, when they came back from a blowout loss, I think to Arizona State. They landed at the airport. Hayden is waiting at LAX to fire Kiffin.
That's great. So 25, dude. 25.
Okay, yeah.
I guess afterwards we can let them know it's AI. It wasn't real.
Sure.
So I was listening to Dan Patrick yesterday on my way home, and he had Wright Thompson on. You know who Wright Thompson is? A writer, very good writer, fantastic writer. He just did a book. It's out, just came out yesterday, called The Barn, and he grew up where his family's farm is 23 miles away from this barn.
Okay.
And allegedly that's where they killed Emmett Till.
Oh my God.
And he said nobody in that whole area, nobody knew about it. It's just a barn. But the guy that owns it lets people come in and check it out,
Holy
and
crap.
yeah. So, and apparently the book's supposed to be really, really good.
Wow.
I'm thinking about ordering it. 'Cause
All right.
the guy writes good stuff,
Yeah.
man. If I order it, I'll read it and you can borrow it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
'Cause
Yeah, that sounds amazing.
The guy does great stuff, man. And it started out, he was telling the story. He was starting out doing a story because he's more of a sports writer. He worked for Sports Illustrated for a long time.
Yeah.
He was doing a story about a Los Angeles Laker. I forget the kid's name, some young guy. And one of the guys that was involved in the Emmett Till thing had the same last name. So he started looking into it to see if they were related.
Okay.
And started finding out all this other stuff that nobody ever talks about. And then he found out about the barn and realized his family's farm is 23 miles exactly from that farm,
My
from
goodness.
that barn. So he went and met that guy and did a bunch of research on it. And
wow,
this
I'll
guy,
have to
this
go
could
look
get
for
him a
the-
Pulitzer, man.
I'll have to go for the podcast of Patrick from yesterday.
Yeah, it was good, man. And the guy, he comes on, every time he comes on, Dan tells the story afterwards. Every time he comes on to pimp a book, it automatically becomes a bestseller.
Wow.
So yeah, he did one about Poppy Van Winkle. It's called Poppy.
Okay.
And it's about him and his dad sharing a bottle of Poppy Van Winkle and all the things that came from it and all. The guy's good, man.
Cool.
Stand by.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. And as you know, we are your Decision 2024 headquarters. Tuesday night, 8 p.m., vice presidential debate. J.D. Vance versus Tim Walz. You'll hear it right here on News Radio 1200 WOAI. Charity, what stories are you following?
Hurricane Helene is now a tropical storm as it rolls across southern Georgia. A leasing agreement dispute is at the center of a lawsuit filed by Southwest Airlines against San Antonio, and a man who detectives say knew too much has been detained in connection to the murder of a woman at an East Side park. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Sunday. All 3 days, highs in the mid to upper 90s. And overnight lows in the mid to upper 60s. It is 66 degrees in Castroville, Texas, 64 in China Grove, and 64 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 621. Sorry, I was fast forwarding another hour.
Oh, that's okay.
I was just, getting a jump on the day.
Yeah, we're always multitasking and thinking ahead. San Antonio's first news. Well, the Dallas Cowboys get a win last night on Thursday Night Football against one of the worst teams in the NFL, the New York Giants. The Cowboys dominated the Giants by 5 points, 20-15. It was 17-15 late in that ball game. And good thing Mike McCarthy got that win, because we've been hearing that Cowboys owner Jerry Jones very interested in former Patriots head coach Bill Belichick. In fact, let's listen in on a conversation.
Hey, Coach Bill Belichick, how's it going?
Hey there, Jerry. I'm doing well. I've been enjoying my time off with my 24-year-old girlfriend. Anyways, what's up?
Hey, Bill, I'll be straight with you. I need a new coach for the Cowboys. I just signed the most talented quarterback and wide receiver in the league to long-term contracts. But this Mike McCarthy guy isn't working out.
I still think, Charity, and I'm actually hoping that Jerry Jones blows out Mike McCarthy and hires Bill Belichick. We've been talking about it, and you brought it up, Charity. The Cowboys have a bye, but then the next few games, at the Steelers, they're undefeated, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit Lions, they're pretty damn good, went to the NFC Championship game. Then at the 49ers.
Oh, gosh.
Then at the Falcons, they're okay. Then the Eagles and the Texans.
Man.
My God, they could lose most of those games.
And I mean, I guess if you're a Cowboy fan and you want change, are you pushing for some losses so Mike McCarthy gets the boot? I mean, I'm kind of conflicted myself.
I am very conflicted on this, because I love the Cowboys, but right now, and let's say right now in the last almost 30 years, it has not been the same Cowboys I fell in love with when I was growing up and through most of my adult life. And yeah, I'm ready for a change, man.
Ever since Jimmy Johnson left,
yes, it's
kind of been a country club for the Cowboys, except when Bill Parcells came in and it was starting to work. And they got Romo, they go to the playoffs, Romo fumbles the ball against Seattle, but Jerry wanted T.O.
Yes.
And it drove Bill Parcells crazy. And so that relationship broke up. I think Bill Parcells, if Jerry would just back off a little bit, I think Bill Parcells could be the disciplinarian kind of a head coach they need.
Well, a win is a win, so I guess we can't do too much complaining this morning.
Oh, I can. I can, because look, they should have just waxed the field with them. I mean, look what they did in their first game against Cleveland. They came out with gangbusters and scored and scored and scored. Now they can't do it.
Yeah, and next game at Pittsburgh against the Steelers could be ugly. All right, lots coming up. White House correspondent John Decker with the latest on Decision 2024. Charity with all the big stories coming at you at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time, 6:25.
And we're back. Oh, by the way, you have an e-wall today.
Oh, thank you for that. Yeah, I got to record the new one on Monday.
Monday.
Because the next day will be October 1st.
Yeah, no kidding.
Rooster.
You have a bye this week also. Next weekend, I should say.
Oh, so did I screw that up? They don't have a bye?
Think so. I think they've got 2 byes, don't they?
Not back to back.
No.
So I guess I screwed that up. And I did. Next game is at the Steelers next week.
Oh, great.
On Sunday Night Football.
Great.
Yeah. Oh, well.
No, it's okay. Yeah, it might as well be a bye week.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to win. Pittsburgh's tough, man. You got a good coach.
Rooster, thanks for the correction, man.
You can see how much we really care, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, watch out. Here comes Andrew. No.
Production usually uses that in the Alpha library.
Mhm.
And I listened to it to think about Muppet First thing. Like, this sounds like I would never play this. The fact it's on an iHeart national commercial.
And thank you for cursing on the stream. Appreciate that. I know, Jake. What can I say? And actually, Rooster, you would be wrong also. Their buy is October 20th.
Yeah. Thank you, Travis. A mini buy.
Yeah.
My bad. I screwed that up.
So they got the Steelers, then the Lions, and then a bye. And then they're at San Francisco.
And how do you think they're going to do against the Steelers? That's 0-2. At Pittsburgh? They're not going to win at Pittsburgh.
I don't think so. Look, they got a great coach in Steelers, too. Mike Tomlin's a good coach, man.
Yeah.
The Lions are tough. 49ers, we know how that goes.
Yeah, that's a loss.
Cowboys and Falcons, and then Eagles and Cowboys, then Texans and Cowboys, then Commanders, who are playing pretty good right now. Oh, then we get the Giants again, and then the Bengals.
And that Texans game on November 11th.
Yeah.
If the Texans have a better record, and if the Texans win that game, I've been a Cowboys fan since birth, and I was born the same year as the Cowboys. I will end my allegiance to the Cowboys and become a Houston Texans fan.
All right, out of the 1, 2,
Cowboys.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 games, there's 2 for sure wins I see. The Panthers and the Giants.
Okay.
That's about it.
And they always lose a game that they're not supposed to.
I know. Yeah, they're screwed. We're screwed.
Yeah.
All right, here comes Charity, everybody.
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It's Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Hurricane Helene leaves 3 dead, 2 million without power. And today, the State Fair of Texas kicks off. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Friday: sunshine, a high near 95. Tonight's low in the upper 60s. Right now, 65 degrees. Hurricane Helene brought major wind gusts, knocking out power for many residents of Florida. Fox Weather's Mike Seidel is in Perry, Florida, with a firsthand look at the effects of the storm.
It's much better now. We have a little bit of a light shower. This is about it for the rainfall. The winds are still gusting upwards of 40 miles an hour from the other direction because we're on the backside, so they're coming around from the southwest or west-southwest. We had a wind gust of 99 miles an hour in that eastern eye wall at 11:10 Eastern last night. It was late on Thursday night, and that was her peak gust, sustained winds 55 miles an hour. So that's what is going to knock out power. Basically the entire county and all the counties in the Big Bend area are without power.
This Florida business owner tells Fox and Friends First that rescue efforts are taking place in the community.
But right now, the residents, there's a lot of rescues going on with the local sheriff's department, FWC Fire Rescue.
At least 3 people have been killed so far, 1 in Florida and 2 in Georgia. Helene has been downgraded to a tropical storm as it rolls across Georgia. Meantime, volunteers are ready to charge into hard-hit parts of Florida to help. The group Texans on Mission are specially trained to use chainsaws to clear fallen trees.
There will be a lot of sweat, but at the end of the day, we will literally clear the path for recovery for some of these families.
The group's John Hall says they see this as a calling. For years, their volunteers with the Baptist Church have helped areas recover from hurricanes. In addition to clearing brush, they'll also bring hot meals to areas without power. Former President Trump continues his focus on battleground states ahead of the November election. Fox's Jeff Nato has the latest.
Former President Donald Trump kicked off a battleground state tour this week that began Monday in Pennsylvania to Georgia and North Carolina, where Wednesday he talked about fixing the American dream.
We will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, low inflation, so that everyone can afford groceries, a car, and a home.
The former president holds a double feature in Michigan today with a rally in Walker and a town hall in Warren. On Saturday, he travels to Wisconsin for a town hall in Prairie du Chien, the latest American community to fall victim of migrant gang violence. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
VP Kamala Harris is visiting the southern border today as part of a presidential campaign trip. Republicans say it's hypocritical for her to show a sudden interest in the effects of illegal immigration.
It's 4 years too late. And, this is sort of the political equivalent of a deathbed conversion.
Senator John Cornyn of Texas says the so-called border czar had years to visit the border and only did it once. Today, Harris will be touring the southern Arizona region where she'll make a push for more Border Patrol agents and technology to stop the flood of fentanyl. President Biden has signed a new executive order on gun violence prevention, which focuses in part on so-called Glock switches. They're devices that turn pistols into machine guns, and experts say they're dangerous.
What tends to happen when you use full auto with people who aren't trained to use full auto is they just end up throwing a bunch of rounds away instead of hitting your target.
Pete Blair heads the Alert Center at Texas State University, which trains police. He says these devices are not widely seen, but it's not unusual for the feds to want to get ahead of emerging trends. A man who detectives say knew too much about a woman murdered in a San Antonio park is now behind bars. Eric Lycum has details.
Bexar County Sheriff's detectives were investigating at the East Side Park where 63-year-old Stacy Dramiga was found bludgeoned to death on Monday when they ran into 38-year-old Marco Flores. He reportedly gave detectives details about Dramiga's condition that were not publicly known. Deputies then decided to detain Flores for further questioning, but then he bolted. Flores was apprehended by deputies and jailed on a charge of evading arrest. He could face more charges as the investigation unfolds. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
The Supreme Court of Texas is leaving the gun ban at the State Fair of Texas in effect. Last night, the High Court denied Attorney General Ken Paxton's emergency request to overturn the fair's policy banning all guns from the fairgrounds. Paxton says the ban violates state law because the fair is held on government-owned property. A Dallas judge in the 15th Court of Appeals had already upheld the ban. Paxton filed his petition with the Supreme Court Wednesday. The fair starts today in Dallas. And the Texas pumpkin crop is in good shape ahead of Halloween. Stephen Pickering reports.
The AgriLife Extension agent for Floyd County, which is the pumpkin capital of Texas, says overall yields are up this year from last year, when production in some regions of the state was down up to 40% because of drought. Prices for pumpkins are expected to fluctuate leading up to Halloween, but there should be a good supply of pumpkins in all sizes during the peak demand period. Pumpkins that are grown in Texas will feature the Texas Grown sticker. Texas is one of the top 6 pumpkin producing states.
Well, the Cowboys knocked off the NFC East rival Giants on Thursday Night Football from the Meadowlands 20-15. Here's Dallas quarterback Dak Prescott.
It was huge, yeah, after obviously losing 2, especially at home. Coming on the road, first division game. Division wins are always tough. As I said, then you add on the road before a long weekend. Puts a better taste in our mouth.
The Cowboys have now won 7 straight over the Giants. Dallas now heads into a mini bye week. It is 6:37. Traffic and the weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charlie Parker. With those were the days coming right up at 6:48. I'm Chris Duell. Don't forget, we are your election 2024 headquarters and the vice presidential debate between J.D. Vance and Tim Walz. Tuesday night, 8 o'clock. We'll have it for you right here on News Radio 1200 WOAI. And a big part of our Decision 2024 coverage is White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. And John, a big day for Vice President Kamala Harris, headed to the border town of Douglas, Arizona. What are we expecting there today from her?
Well, not only will she be in that border town of Douglas, Arizona, she'll be in a critical battleground state of Arizona. And I think that's not lost on anybody. And look, this is the first time that she's visiting the U.S.-Mexico border since becoming the Democratic presidential nominee. She's visited the U.S.-Mexico border one other time during the course of her vice presidency. And I think what we're going to hear from the vice president today is her plan as it relates to border security, acknowledging that there have been problems over the course of the past few years, but the numbers have come down significantly since President Biden signed a number of executive actions into being. And I think one of the things we're also going to hear from her is criticism as it relates to her opponent, Donald Trump, for killing a border security bill that was bipartisan, that would have increased border security in terms of personnel, but also in terms of technology, cutting down significantly, according to the Border Patrol, and the number of migrants that come to the U.S., but also the amount of fentanyl that gets into the U.S. as well.
John, is this more about checking a box for Harris, and is it the right move for her to make during her presidential campaign to go to the southern border?
Well, yeah, it's a good question. I don't know the answer to that, in terms of what the flip side will be for her after doing this event. But I think that what she wants to do is she's not going to sweep this problem under the rug, so to speak. She wants to confront it, wants to try to get her numbers up on this particular issue, in which on the issue of border security, she's trailing Donald Trump. And so she's trying to get her numbers up on this front. And certainly one way to do it, not just talk about it, but show that you want to see what the problem is, talk about it with border officials, and also express her point of view as it relates to ways to deal with border security versus that of her opponent, Donald Trump.
And John, I know you were at the White House yesterday when Zelensky was there visiting President Biden. Did you get to ask any questions afterwards, and what happened?
Well, that's right. So neither President Zelensky nor President Biden answered any questions, nor did the vice president, who met separately with President Zelensky yesterday. But you're right. I was at the White House yesterday for President Zelensky's arrival. Saw him, during the course of his meetings that he had at the top of the meetings with President Biden and Vice President Harris. Doesn't happen that often, so it's always a big deal when a foreign leader, but particularly one who's involved in a war right now with Russia, comes to the White House. So that was a pretty important day yesterday for the Ukrainian president.
And I'm just curious, John, the reaction of the press corps in a situation like that, when President Zelensky, nor President Biden, nor Vice President Harris will answer questions. I mean, you guys are there to cover the event. This is America, where freedom of the press is sacred. Do the press corps at that point go, hey, thanks for nothing? This is not, I know they're not obligated to answer questions, but don't you think they should?
Well, I would certainly like that. I've been in many situations with, as you know, so you're asking a good person, because I've covered the presidency, the White House, I've since Bill Clinton's first term, so I can, I have a little institutional knowledge. And some presidents, just when they're meeting with a foreign leader for that photo op at the very beginning of their meeting, they choose not to answer any questions. But I have to say, some of those same foreign leaders who choose not to answer questions in the Oval Office do have a joint press conference. And that's not something that we saw yesterday when President Zelensky came to the White House. And that is disappointing. It's unfortunate. And I wish there was that opportunity yesterday.
And John, we know Zelensky's met with both Biden and Harris, and now he's going to meet with former President Trump at Trump Tower. Do we know who requested that meeting?
Well, I know that President Zelensky for quite some time has asked for a meeting with former President Donald Trump. Donald Trump initially had rebuffed that request, but I think he rethought it. I think that, when you're on the cusp potentially of being president once again, you have to meet with individuals who will be your counterparts. So that meeting will happen at Trump Tower today. I'd love to be a fly on the wall for that meeting, as I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall for the meeting that he had with President Biden. But I'm sure we'll get a readout from the former president and from President Zelensky in terms of what was discussed in that meeting and whether the meeting was satisfactory as far as both of these leaders are concerned.
He's the best in the business, White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. Coming up, we'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days, WOAI News Time, 6:45.
Hello, hello. All right, we're back.
Woo-hoo! Oak Hills Lanes, man.
I love that place.
That
man.
was kind of not exactly in my neighborhood, but
close.
It was the closest bowling alley to my house. So that's where, as a kid, we used to bowl.
Well, see, we used to go to the one on Callahan. What the hell was the name of that, man? Oh, God.
That was Oak Hills Lanes.
No, there was one on Callahan, the other side of
In the other
Callahan.
direction.
Yeah,
Okay.
closer to like Penn Road, Callahan area.
Gotcha,
You know what I mean?
gotcha.
Over there, I forget what the name of the place was, but yeah,
Okay.
that's where we used to go. And then when the World of Sports opened up out on I-10 and Days of Olive, we used to go there because it was open. 24 hours, man. You can go bowling anytime you wanted.
Yeah, I can't believe Oak Hills Lanes is still there.
I know.
It was there when I was a kid. It's crazy.
Have you? When's the last time you went bowling?
30 years ago, maybe.
Uh,
I can't even remember.
Me and my neighbor who used to live in Kirby went out to Kirby bowling lanes out in Kirby, Texas. And we're in there, and then it's the middle of the day. There's nobody in there. So we go up to get our shoes and all that stuff, man. And the guy behind the counter, he had his back turned to me. He turns around, and it was a guy that used to own the bowling alley behind North Star Mall right there on Rector.
Yeah.
And at one time when I was at KZAP, we did a thing called Thunderballs, where we did a morning show broadcast from that. I went and talked that guy into letting us use his bowling alley. And what we did is we got a cop with a radar gun, and whoever could throw the fastest ball won a trophy, a Thunderballs trophy. And that guy was the guy at
wow.
He owns Kirby Lanes now out in Kirby. And he looks at me, goes, Tim, and I said, Jim Crook, because that was his name, Jim Crook. And I said, what the hell are you doing out here, man? He goes, well, I sold the other place, and they tore it down. It's now something else. And he goes, so I moved out here. And so, man, we hung out there all day with that guy, man. It was a blast, man. We had a damn good time. But me and Cindy tried to go bowling at there's lanes right there on Goliad Road. Like $60 to bowl now, man.
That is crazy. I would have thought it'd be $4.
No.
Wow.
No, it was outrageous, man.
Holy
I said, never
crap.
mind, man. I don't really want to bowl that bad.
Wow. Yeah.
Like, screw that.
That is crazy.
Have a good one, Bob, and enjoy your date tomorrow.
Thank you, Bob. We expect a full report on Monday morning.
And just remember, her name is Cindy.
Yes, don't call her Sally.
Poor Bob. He's
Cindy.
never going to live that down, man. Never going to live it down.
Amen.
I know. Andrew Zimbel, everybody.
Comment if you subscribe to the channel, and then I turned it to where even if you subscribe to the channel, you can still comment.
All right, Stephen from Lytle, if you're on the chat right now, or if you're listening to this, please try to type something in there. We think we might have fixed the problem for you.
Can you see his email address from?
I can. Yeah,
his
I'm
talkback?
pretty sure I have it. But yes, I can, Chris. Thank you.
Woo. Elf Louise loves all of us. She commented on the Charity McCurdy photo.
Oh, very cool. Yeah. Could email. Let's see what happens. I've got 2. Okay.
Okay, 2 talkbacks?
Yeah, and remember Jenny James.
Yes. Wait, you hear this is Rhonda.
Yeah. You should help him.
Help me, Rhonda. Help me, Rhonda. Ron DeSantis.
Oh, bougie bowling at the rim. I love it. Yeah, Thunderballs was a blast with Winston and Alice. I'll never forget it. It was fun. It was a good time. Damn good time. Nothing like bowling at 6 in the morning. I can tell you that right now. Jack Crumley, everybody. It would be nice to get Randy's perspective on covering hurricanes. I like that. Have you heard back from Louis?
Good question. I don't think so, because it should have been visible on my phone.
Right.
Oh, but I got to get, that's a good reminder. I need to get his number to
Andrew. Representative Laurel Lee, everybody.
Wearing red on a Red Friday. I wonder, turn that off for.
No, that was Travis. That was Charlie and Rick Upton, right?
Yes.
Charlie with that out of hat looks different, doesn't he? That was at Lee Wood's funeral reception at the VFW yesterday.
And here are some of the stories we're following for you. At least 5 people are now dead in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, 4 in Georgia and 1 in Florida. The dispute between the city and Southwest Airlines has escalated, and Fiesta-themed Spurs license plates are back. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Sunday. All 3 days, highs in the mid to upper 90s and overnight lows in the mid to upper 60s. It is 65 degrees in Alamo Heights, 65 in Monte Vista, and 62 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:55.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. Our thanks to Charlie Parker for those were the days. I'm Chris Duell. Coming up in just a few minutes, Jenny James from Q1019 with a weekend preview. But we are asking you on the free iHeartRadio app a couple of questions. Today is the first day of the Texas State Fair. What is your favorite state fair food? And we've kind of broadened it. You know, any festival. If you,
Yes.
You know, you could say Niosa food, whatever you want to do. What's your favorite fiesta or fair food. And we had some breaking Randy Beamer news earlier today that we passed on to you. Randy is a grandfather once again. A grandson was born this week to Randy Beamer. Randy will be in studio a little bit later this morning as well. Mr. T, what do we got?
Let's go to our first one.
Best food, not only state fair, but any fair, not to be boring, but good old time funnel cakes. One time the state fair had a funnel cake cheesy queso burger, which is pretty good. Also, congrats to Randy Beamer for that 9-pound grandbaby. Oh my gosh, congratulations. Really goes to his daughter for popping out that big boy. Hope all is well with the family and wish the family and grandparents congratulations.
Outstanding. A funnel cake with queso.
You know, with a cheeseburger with funnel cakes as the buns. Oh,
Yeah, you take away the powdered sugar. I mean, that
you
makes
know,
sense.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
I kind of like it.
Yeah.
I might try that.
All right.
All right. Here's a good one.
Good morning, WOAI News Crews. This is Tuesday on a happy Friday. Fair food. I'm kind of still fashion and I like the classic corny dog. Well, congratulations on the new grandson. And I hope everybody has a great weekend.
Nothing better than a Tuesday and a Friday.
Very cool Tuesday.
I like
Thank
it.
you. And you
Yep.
can keep them coming. What's your favorite fair food at the Texas State Fair or elsewhere? And Randy Beamer coming into the studio probably within about an hour.
Think he'll bring cigars?
That's a great question.
No, I don't think grandfathers are supposed to hand out cigars. I think that's just the father.
Yeah.
I'm not
Is
up
that
on
still
that.
done? I haven't heard of that in many, many years.
Actually, it is because I had a neighbor who his daughter had a baby and he brought me a cigar.
Okay, Charity, when you had your two babies, did Brett hand out cigars?
No, he did not.
Man.
Yeah, I think he got me an extra pillow. I think that's what he handed
Smart
out.
man.
Was it a My Pillow?
No, it was not.
Just checking. I hear those My Pillows are really, really good. And doesn't he have like My Slippers too now?
Yes, he does.
Do you own any My Slippers, Mr. T?
No, I do not, Chris. I do
Just
not.
checking. Here's somebody who may own a My Pillow. We'll find out. We'll ask her someday. Jenny James from Q1019 with your weekend warm up.
There is much too much going on this weekend. MJ the Musical is at the Majestic Theater, the Comal County Fair and Rodeo going on in New Braunfels through Sunday. Comedian David Cross is at Stable Hall tonight. Weezer at the Moody Center in Austin. The 41st Annual Jazz is Alive Music Festival is happening today and tomorrow at Civic Park at Hemisphere. The 5th Annual Brunch Fest is at Smoke Bar tomorrow. Also, the Ray Feo Superheroes River Parade for Education will be at Arneson River Theater. You can watch Blue Beetle for free at Mission Marquee Plaza. 741 is at HEB Center at Cedar Park. The Water Lantern Festival is at Miller's Pond Park. And Saturday and Sunday is the Otaku Food Festival at Wonderland of the Americas. Sunday, you can celebrate Parktoberfest at Brackenridge Park and the Saison Latin Food Festival at Pups and Pals Bar and Grill. That's just a fraction of what's happening this weekend. Enjoy. I'm Jenny James from Q1019 for News Radio 1200 WOAI.
S- 7 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Hurricane Helene leaves 5 dead, 2 million without power, and Southwest Airlines sues San Antonio. We'll have more ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Friday: sunshine, a high near 95. Tonight's low in the upper 60s. Right now, 64 degrees. Well, Hurricane Helene, now a tropical storm, delivered a record-breaking storm surge to parts of Florida when it made landfall as a Category 4. Fox weather meteorologist Michael Estime has the latest from Tampa.
We saw quite a bit of storm surge. In fact, in Old Port, Tampa Bay, that storm surge was measured at 6.8, nearly 7 feet of storm surge. By the way, the old storm surge record was 4.1 feet. So we surpassed that by a good 2 feet. Power has been an issue. In Florida, 1.3 million without power. Pinellas County, we have over 240,000 people without power. And then Hillsborough County, over 85,000 people without power.
And at least 5 people have now been killed from Helene, 1 in Florida and 4 in Georgia. Meantime, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis outlined recovery efforts in place.
We have 3,500 National Guardsmen standing by. We have our state guards standing by. We have state troopers standing by, and they will be active if need be. And I know we have a lot of our local first responders are going to be ready to be able to be on scene as well as needed.
And volunteers from Texas are ready to charge into hard-hit parts of Florida to help rebuild. Here's Beth Myers.
The hurricane carved a path of destruction. Specially trained members with the group Texans on Mission are now going in with chainsaws to clear it up.
We are prepared to radically transform a region of a city in a few days to a few weeks.
The group's John Hall says they see this as a calling. For years, their volunteers with the Baptist Church have helped areas recover from hurricanes. In addition to clearing brush, they'll also bring hot meals to areas without power. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is set to address the UN General Assembly today. His speech comes as the U.S. and allies are calling for an immediate 21-day ceasefire between Israel and the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. Vice President Kamala Harris is courting voters on the West Coast with a planned stop at the U.S.-Mexico border. Here's Fox's Tanya J. Powers.
Vice President Kamala Harris begins her West Coast trip in Douglas, Arizona, where she is expected to give details on her proposal to send new agents to the border, as well as new technology to stem the flow of fentanyl. Douglas is Arizona's second largest port of entry along the southern border. Arizona is a battleground state with 11 electoral votes up for grabs and narrowly went for President Biden in 2020. Following the Arizona stop, the vice president has campaign fundraisers scheduled in San Francisco and Los Angeles on Saturday and Sunday before heading to an event in Nevada. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Delivering remarks at Trump Tower in New York City, former President Trump was critical of Harris's record on border security and her promises to improve it.
Why didn't she fix it almost 4 years ago? She's got no plans, got no talent, got no ability to do it.
Republicans say it's hypocritical for her to show a sudden interest in the effects of illegal immigration. There's a new wrinkle in the ongoing dispute between Southwest Airlines and the city of San Antonio over the airport lease agreement. Eric Lycum has details.
Yesterday, the Dallas-based airline filed suit in federal court against the city of San Antonio that also named airport director Jesus Saenz, alleging they used subjective factors with assigning airline terminal gates. A new lease agreement is set to go into effect next week, but Southwest wants that delayed because they say as it stands, the deal negatively impacts their future growth. They say they were promised to be part of the future terminal. City officials promised at least $200 million allocated to improve their current Terminal A facility, which the airline is reviewing, but they will not sign the new agreement before next Tuesday. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
A man is in custody after detectives say he knew too much about the death of a woman whose body was found Monday in an Eastside park. Bexar County deputies encountered 38-year-old Marco Flores yesterday near the area where they were investigating. Flores reportedly knew details about 63-year-old Stacy Dramiga's condition that had not been made public. After deputies told Flores they were detaining him for questioning, he ran off. Deputies caught him and arrested him on a charge of evading arrest. Well, the Cowboys knocked out the NFC East rival Giants on Thursday Night Football from the Meadowlands 20-15. Here's Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott.
It was huge, yeah, after obviously losing 2, especially at home. Coming on the road, first division game. Division wins are always tough. As I said, then you add on the road before a long weekend, puts a better taste in our mouth.
The Cowboys have now won 7 straight over the Giants. Dallas now heads into a mini bye week. The Fiesta-themed San Antonio Spurs license plates are available once again. The design includes the Spur logo with turquoise, orange, and fuchsia accents with the words San Antonio Spurs at the bottom of the plate. It's now for sale at My Plates. The Spurs-themed design was most recently available 2 years ago. It is 7:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, big 7 o'clock hour. We will bring you the latest on what is now Tropical Storm Helene. It may landfall as a Cat 4 hurricane overnight. National correspondent Jack Crumley going to join us at 7:40. At 7:20, it is a big anniversary this week for the Barrios family. Louis Barrios of the Barrios restaurants, including La Hacienda de los Barrios. And that's, by the way, where ApelcaCon is going to be held on October 24th. Now, we'll talk about not only the 45th anniversary of the restaurants, but an amazing mural that honors his mom, Viola, the matriarch of the family. And coming right up in a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This, we'll hear from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis on what was Hurricane Helene coming into Florida. First, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Sunday. All 3 days, highs in the mid to upper 90s. 64 degrees in New Braunfels, 54 degrees in Kerrville, and 62 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:10.
San Antonio's first news. That's Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Every weekday morning at this time, we span the globe to bring you the constant variety of audio in a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. And of course, the eyes of the nation and the eyes of the world were on Florida last night as Hurricane Helene made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. Let's listen to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
We now have a major hurricane at 125 mile an hour maximum sustained winds. The storm is currently about 125 miles west of Tampa, about 175 miles south of Tallahassee. It does look like this storm will strengthen as it prepares to make landfall later this evening. Initial estimates when we woke up this morning were that it would probably make landfall sometime in the earlier side of the evening. Now it looks like it'll be closer to 11 p.m. It is starting to move quickly, but for people that are particularly, if you're looking at where this is now expected to make landfall, the models have continued to move it a little bit east. I think you're looking at anywhere from that Wakulla Jefferson County line over to Taylor County. Most of the data we have does have a Taylor County landfall, but all those areas there along the Big Bend coast and in areas that are low-lying, that are susceptible to potentially major storm surge.
That was Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, of course, speaking before the hurricane. Hurricane Helene made landfall as the Category 4. Charity, the latest, of course, it is now a tropical storm. It has moved inland over Georgia, moving north. And sadly, since we first convened this morning, that death toll has risen.
Yeah, this morning it was at 3, 1 in Florida, 2 in Georgia. Now we've learned it's up to 5. You had an additional 2 people in Georgia killed. We had 2 killed by a possible tornado that hit a mobile home, and another 2 killed as a result of falling trees on a mobile home, which is a common occurrence after hurricanes because those trees, their root system gets really torn apart, and they're very vulnerable to falling with those strong winds as well. So, and you have another death in Florida too. A sign fell on someone in a moving vehicle. So again, this is a developing situation, and a lot of people are not in the clear yet, as there are at least 2 million power outages.
That is unbelievable. 2 million people without power. And look, even though it's a tropical storm and it's inland, doesn't mean it's not going to cause more damage and more just turmoil, because it is a storm.
Yeah. And you mentioned the word turmoil.
Yeah.
Those 2 million without power, you know, my God, you just don't know. You know, it typically it takes days to get the power back, but sometimes it can take weeks to get the power back. It's going to be a heck of a job for those engineers in the area to try to restore power.
Yeah, you got to wait till that water moves out of the area before those recovery power restoration efforts can begin. And just looking at the footage, I mean, this has caused a lot of damage. You have homes that have been flooded. You see surveillance video footage of water pouring in through cracks of a front door. I mean, the insurance claims following the storm are going to be astronomical.
And I can imagine if you live in Florida, your insurance premiums, with all the things that have been happening in Florida over the past few years, they've got to be outrageous.
In addition to everything else.
Yeah,
When we talk about
exactly.
the economy, everything, the price of bread, eggs, cars, real estate, everything has gone up for all of
Yes.
us across the country. But if you live in Florida,
Oh my
gosh,
gosh.
your insurance must be absolutely through the roof. All right, coming up, we will get you caught up on headlines, traffic, and weather together. We've got updates on OpelkaCon. Mike Opelka, our good friend, coming to San Antonio, and we've got a big event. And where that event is taking place, an incredible anniversary being celebrated by the Barrios family. We'll talk to Louis Barrios of La Hacienda de los Barrios and the Barrios Restaurants. WOAI News Time, 7:15. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, we'll tell you more about OpelkaCon coming to San Antonio and to La Hacienda de los Barrios. But today, not only is it a Red Friday, not only are we wearing red to remember everyone deployed, not only is it a Friday with Beamer, Randy Beamer, on his way into the studio, but Mr. T, it's another very special day.
Yes, it's National Morning Show Host Day.
Happy Morning Show Hosts Day.
We hope you like our show.
It's a morning show.
Decent people are being corrupted.
There's an element of uncontrolled chaos. I got a feeling we're being hustled.
Clever, slightly nasty, very impressive.
That's the way to wake up.
Why is it so sticky?
Happy Morning Show Hosts Day.
Happy Morning Show Host Day, and your favorite morning show host and news anchor, Charity McCurdy. What stories are you following?
Helene is now a tropical storm after leaving behind damage and deaths in Florida and Georgia. Former President Trump will be in Michigan today, while VP Kamala Harris will head to the border state of Arizona, and an arrest has been made in connection to the murder of a woman at an East Side park. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Sunday. All 3 days, highs in the mid to upper 90s, lows in the mid to upper 60s. It is 63 degrees in New Braunfels, Texas, 64 in Leon Valley, and 62 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 720.
San Antonio's first news. Normally at this time, we check in with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. But he is on assignment. He's actually on the radio in Florida this morning as they sift through the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. So we do, however, have news on OpelkaCon, the event. Mike Opelka, who is a Trinity University graduate, coming back to San Antonio October 24th. And that afternoon, we will have an event, a meet and greet with Mike Opelka at La Hacienda de los Barrios. Now, yesterday, the boss man, Terry Fox, along with Andrew Zimmel and Polo from the Joe Pag Show, they had lunch at La Hacienda. Absolutely loved it. Of course they did. My favorite Mexican food in town, my favorite patio in town to hang out, listen to good music, and have great food. And this is a big week for the Barrios family and the Barrios restaurants. They are celebrating their 45th anniversary. And let's bring on Louis Barrios. Louis, congratulations to you, to the family, to the staff. What an amazing 45-year journey.
Good morning, Chris, and thank you so much. Yes, we've actually been in the restaurant business 52 years, since I was 11 years old, but Los Barrios is 45 years old.
And you know, Louis, I gauge a good Mexican restaurant on the carne guisada, and you guys have aced it. And for those that don't know, are your menu items family recipes that have been perfected over the years, or have you left them untouched?
Well, yes, they are family restaurants, but at one of the three restaurants, and I'm trying to remember which one, I think it's Violas Ventanas, we have another item called cortadillo suazua style. It's my great-grandmother's recipe, and it's carne guisada cooked it's a beef tenderloin cooked like a carne guisada with oregano for flavoring. So it's a step up from the stew meat that you get with carne guisada. It's the cortadillo with the tenderloin.
Ooh, I'm going to try it.
Man.
And Louis, this is Mr. T. I have to ask, you grew up in the restaurant business. How do you say so svelte? I could not be that way if I was around the Mexican food that you are, because I love it.
Had a lot of heart-to-hearts with my cardiologist.
And I know one of Louis' secrets. I called Louis the other day, and he was working out.
Oh, okay.
He was in the middle of working out and talking to me on the phone. I said, Louis, You go ahead and we'll talk later.
That
He goes, "No,
explains
no."
a lot right
He said,
there.
I can multitask. We can talk right now. But Louis and your family and your mom, the late great Viola Barrios, just absolutely revered in this town. And I saw you on television this week talking about her and how she started with $3,000. She started with a dream and $3,000 opening up the restaurant, and just it's just such an amazing legacy she created and your family carries on.
Well, my father, Jose Barrios, has a lot in common with y'all three. He was in Spanish radio, Spanish TV, and Spanish newspaper. In the 50s, he was sports editor and director of sales at La Prensa. It was a daily paper. My mother was a secretary there. That's where they met. Henry B. Gonzalez's father, Leonidas Gonzalez, was the managing editor. And so my dad had two radio shows on the side, Vamos al Cine, let's go to the movies, and Y Vamos a la Discoteria, let's go to the discotheque.
Cool.
And so those two shows drew about 1,500 cards and letters monthly. And so when my parents met and my mom was a stay-at-home mom, she had all these micro businesses, but her dream was to have a restaurant. So my dad, who adored my mom like everybody else, wanted to make that dream come true. So he buys her this restaurant. And then 3 years later, he's killed in a traffic accident, and it ends up being our livelihood. So Los Barrios is a love story between Jose and Viola Barrios.
I love that, Louis. And what do you credit for your family's continuing success? And are there any plans for expansion?
Well, we did expand, and then we had to contract. We had to close our La Hacienda Scenic Loop restaurant on Bernie Stage Road because it never recovered from the pandemic. And so, you know, what I always do is I place one foot in front of the other and see where the Lord takes me, because I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. None of us do, but I'm open to whatever the Lord has to do for our lives. He's ordered our steps. The fact that we're even in the restaurant business is a miracle in and of itself. It's literally a love story between our father and our mother. So what happens tomorrow? I don't know.
And what about the mural that's dedicated, represents your mom's life from everything from when she was 15 years old to her throwdown with Bobby Flay, which I enjoyed the hell out of that. That was great.
My nephew, Jordan Trevino, Diana's son's idea, and he saw this artist and he said, Uncle Louis, I want to create this mural that kind of captures we, as what they call her grandmother name. And I said, okay, Jordan, go ahead. I really didn't think he was going to go through with it, to tell you the truth. But all of a sudden, this thing just came into creation. And Ana Hernandez, the artist, she's the one who did one of the children that was killed in Uvalde. She did a portrait for them. She did Jason Davies' new Spurs concept over there in Spursville. And she said usually she paints with the headphones on, but customer after customer after customer, hundreds of customers had stories about Viola. She said, I had to take off the headphones and just be in the moment and hear this love story that your mother has with all these customers that just adored her, which speaks to the fact that she had 5,000 people at her funeral. Henry Cisneros said it was the largest funeral in the history of San Antonio.
My goodness. Go see the mural. You can see it. It is at the Blanco location, and we will be, and we hope you will join us listening right now, October 24th, La Hacienda de los Barrios on Redland Road for OpelkaCon. We'll be talking about it as October 24th approaches. Our thanks to Louis Barrios and his family, Diana Barrios, everybody associated with the Los Barrios restaurants. WOAI News Time 727.
That was cool.
He was in the background he gave was really good.
Yes, that was fantastic, man.
That worked out well.
No, that was great.
Cool.
All right, I'll wait for him to email it.
Okay.
That was good, man. It was damn good, Joe. Damn good, Joe. Oh,
fantastic.
Piece
Thanks
of
for
cake,
talking
dude.
to him afterwards.
And food's the best, isn't it? It's the best.
Yeah.
It's the best. It really is.
Yeah.
What did you have, by the way?
7:32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Hurricane Helene leaves 5 dead. And today, the State Fair of Texas begins. More ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Friday: sunshine, a high of 95. Tonight's low near 67. Right now, 63 degrees. The state of Georgia is combating flash flooding from Hurricane Helene. Fox Weather's Janice Dean has more.
Catastrophic flooding is happening in the Atlanta, Georgia area. We had Bob Van Dillen, of course, on the scene with a woman that couldn't cross the water. She was screaming, and Bob, took off his gear and said he's going to go try to help. This is what's happening right now in one of the biggest cities in Georgia. A flash flood emergency, meaning that they can't handle the water. It is coming so fast and furious. And this is very concerning because this is the type of scenario that we're going to see not only in Georgia, but it's also happening in the Carolinas.
The storm has killed at least 5 people since it made landfall last night in Florida as a Category 4. Volunteers are ready to charge into hard-hit parts of Florida to help. The group Texans on Mission are specially trained to use chainsaws to clear fallen trees.
There will be a lot of sweat, but at the end of the day, we will literally clear the path for recovery for some of these families.
The group's John Hall says they see this as a calling. For years, their volunteers with the Baptist Church have helped areas recover from hurricanes. In addition to clearing brush, they'll also bring hot meals to areas without power. Former President Trump delivered remarks at Trump Tower in New York City, announcing he'll meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Trump responded to claims from VP Kamala Harris that his strategy to end the war is for Ukraine to surrender to Russia.
It's not a surrender. What my strategy is to save lives. I want to save lives. Millions of people are dead, millions more than they even think about. And it's not my fight, but it is a fight to save humanity.
Zelensky sat down with President Biden, who announced billions of dollars in additional support with missiles, drones, ammunition, and other supplies to bolster Ukraine's military against Russian aggression. Meantime, Kamala Harris is making a run for the border. Michael Board reports.
The vice president is visiting the southern border today as part of her presidential campaign. Republicans are mocking the border's sudden interest in the border itself.
He is underestimating the intelligence of the American people and the voters because they see through this.
Kemper, if you are still in the chat, we're going to play your talk back for Randy when he shows up here at the 8 o'clock hour.
Yeah, we just heard it. That was outstanding, Kemper. We're going to make sure he's here when he listens to it.
And good morning, Jesse, Tim, Eric, Tommy, Travis.
Jesse,
Frankie.
welcome in. Eric.
Frankie, and everybody else
Frankie.
is on there watching. Cool, thank you.
Woohoo.
All right, back to Charity.
63-year-old Stacy Dramiga's condition that had not been made public. After deputies told Flores they were detaining him for questioning, he ran off. Deputies caught him and arrested him on a charge of evading arrest. Well, a new wrinkle in the ongoing dispute between Southwest Airlines and the city of San Antonio over the airport lease agreement. Eric Lycum has details.
Yesterday, the Dallas-based airline filed suit in federal court against the city of San Antonio that also named airport director Jesus Saenz, alleging they used subjective factors with assigning airline terminal gates. A new lease agreement is set to go into effect next week, but Southwest wants that delayed because they say, as it stands, the deal negatively impacts their future growth. They say they were promised to be part of the future terminal. City officials promised at least $200 million allocated to improve their current Terminal A facility, which the airline is reviewing, but they will not sign the new agreement before next Tuesday. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
And the Supreme Court of Texas is leaving the gun ban at the state fair of Texas in effect. Last night, the High Court denied Attorney General Ken Paxton's emergency request to overturn the fair's policy banning all guns from the fairgrounds. The fair begins today in Dallas. It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk.
Yeah, Tim, we're not doing beers after the show today because I got to come back and work the Andy Everett show this afternoon, so I got to go home and get a nap. So
Yeah.
we're not doing tacos and beers today. But thanks for asking.
We should though, and next Friday you're out.
That's true.
So we're not. You're gonna.
How about we do beers next Thursday then?
I don't rule out the possibility.
Because it's Friday somewhere.
Yep.
Oh no, I can't. I'm going straight from here to go pick up Cindy and then go out to Fort Sam. So
that's okay.
Thursday's out. The following
Wednesday.
Friday. Yeah, the following Friday.
Okay.
And I'll bring the beer the following Friday.
All right, and I will do tacos.
I'll bring the beer.
But remind me, because I got to get the Palenque app.
Yeah, we'll work it out before then, but I'll do it. I'll bring the beer that
Okay.
time.
Yeah, Charity found it. Oh, there's Kemper.
Thanks, Ed.
Yeah,
News
Kemper,
at
we're
the
going to play
top
that to
and
Randy.
bottom of every hour,
Um,
along with breaking news as it happens.
what was I
I'm
gonna
Charity
say?
McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
Taco Palenque.
Yeah. Charity discovered.
Yeah.
The only thing I don't like about Taco Palenque, when I go in there and order, it
takes a
takes like
long
15
damn
to
time.
20 minutes to get your order.
Wait, you got a pickleball court at your house, Jacob?
Jacob.
Wait, Jacob.
Speaking of pickleball,
I know.
Randy Beamer.
You have to nail him down.
Yep.
If you've got a pickleball court at your house, then we're in. Because I've got paddles, I got balls.
We
Uh-oh,
might-
he's got a pickleball court at his house. Hello, Jacob. You are now our new best friend.
Jacob, we might have to stage our grudge pickleball match.
Yep.
At your place, live stream it.
And
Do you have a
we'll-
good internet connection, Jacob, so we can live stream on?
And we'll bring the beer.
Yep.
How's that?
And we'll get it catered from La Hacienda de los
Yep.
Barrios.
Okay. Listen to us on the radio.
Yeah, we'll
as
do it on the
always.
radio, Kemper.
I wish we would have known
That's
about
right.
the party.
It's- when is your birthday,
It
Kemper?
was, I believe, last week.
Happy
right?
belated birthday,
Think so.
Kemper.
Oh, Jack Crumley is ready.
Oh, thank you.
Stand by.
San Antonio's first news. Randy Beamer on his way into the studio. It's Fridays with Beamer. Lots to talk about with Randy and some big Randy Beamer granddaddy news coming your way. But right now, let's check in with national correspondent Jack Crumley, who has been tracking what was Hurricane Helene overnight, now a tropical storm. Jack, what do we know about what occurred overnight after landfall, and what's the latest on Tropical Storm Helene?
So a lot to take in. Now that the sun is up, the devastation and the damage in Florida itself is starting to be a little more clear. Just saw a quote from the mayor of Clearwater, Florida, describing the damage as devastating in his city. Hundreds of water rescues in Pasco County, Florida alone. That's just north of Tampa. Houses in Steinhatchee, I've seen video of them swept away by floodwaters and storm surge that came through the area. South Pasadena, that's west of St. Petersburg. That city essentially underwater, with other pictures of houses burning amid all that flooding, and first responders trying to get to people who weren't able to evacuate or chose not to. A lot of warnings about that going into the overnight, and still a concern right now.
Yeah, Jack, even with the sun coming up, I mean, it's really not safe for people in a lot of these hard-hit areas to venture out. You got trees uprooted, and who knows what's lurking in those floodwaters.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because I mean, if you're talking storm surge, that's the Gulf. That's the ocean coming on shore for several feet and going for several miles. All sorts of, sea life and Lord knows what else in that water. And that's just Florida, all we've talked about so far. There's over 3.5 million people that are blacked out in Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. Now starting to see blackouts because of this storm in Virginia and Tennessee. And the flooding is really turning into the new issue to focus on currently in other parts of the Southeast. The city of Atlanta and the city of Asheville in North Carolina, both of them under flash flood emergencies with inches of rain that have fallen already. And now with this new storm dumping on top of it, that rain just has nowhere to go.
And Jack, any idea when these people might get their power back on? I mean, I know you don't have a crystal ball or anything, but any idea how long it might take?
I mean, it's going to be days, if not, I would say at least a week, depending on how bad and how, some areas that there are. Because, you had utilities that were sending crews to the Southeast ahead of time to have more people there to start responding to things. I can't imagine that the power restoration has even begun in areas of Florida just yet. But also they had to keep people in their own backyards for areas that start to get into the Southeast. This storm's still chugging ahead further north into the Tennessee Valley and into Kentucky and into southern Ohio, where the wind speeds are going to be affecting power in all those areas.
My goodness, it keeps on keeping on. Jack, going into last night, we heard about the potential storm surge. We heard the terms unsurvivable being used and catastrophic. And sadly, there were fatalities. But for the most part, did Floridians in the path of Hurricane Helene heed these warnings?
I mean, for the most part, it's a hard gauge to measure. There were certainly tens of thousands of people who did evacuate and got out, but there were various heads of law enforcement yesterday talking about all those that were either unable to or choosing not to, saying what a real problem it is. There was one Florida sheriff who publicly put out the word saying, if you're not going to evacuate, get a permanent marker and write your name and birthday on your arm so we can identify you when we find you.
My goodness, so chilling. Our thanks to national correspondent Jack Crumley. And Mr. T, you brought that up earlier this morning. And I, if you're not going to heed the warnings that we're calling this unsurvivable, then
make our job easier to identify your body after the aftermath. I mean, I just don't understand why you wouldn't heed that warning and evacuate. Some people maybe couldn't because of financial reasons, but if I could, I'd be the hell out of there.
Yeah, I mean, this had all the markings of being a monster hurricane, and it's not worth it. I mean, here we are. Hasn't even been 24 hours later, and we're up to 5 dead. 1 in Florida, 4 in Georgia.
Wow, so sad. And let's pray to God that death toll does not rise. Lots coming up. In fact, we mentioned Randy Beamer coming in studio this morning. It's Fridays with Beamer. Lots to talk about with Randy. And we'll continue to bring you the latest big stories. And we're also talking to you about State Fair foods, or any fair, but the Texas State Fair opening today. Any foods at the fair or at a, whether it can be Niosa.
Sure.
But certainly.
Taste in New Orleans. There's some good stuff out there.
But if you've been to the Texas State Fair and you have a favorite, we want to know what it is. WOAI News Time 7:45.
And we're back.
I'll send you send you guys. Louis says, thank you very much. As you can imagine, my phone is ringing.
But they want to know if they can get backstage at a PuffCon. That's cool.
Yeah.
Very nice. Louis. That's awesome, dude. See? He gets it done, man.
Yeah.
The power of Radidio.
Woo.
All right, I have one.
Okay, so then you want to go into the Otani ball?
Yes.
Okay. Give her a
You want to skip this talk back because it's not very good. Although pork chop on the stick is good. Okay, we'll do it. We'll do this and then we'll go to Otani.
Okay.
And I gave you a copy of the story, but I can tell you all about it.
And I'll have you walk us through that story.
Yeah, I'll tell you all about it. First player ever to go 50-50. 50 home runs, 50 stolen bases. That's amazing.
And is he up now to like 52, 52?
52,
something like that?
53, I think, is
Oh,
what.
okay.
53 stolen bases and 52, I think. Let me look that up because that's a good question. I know they clinched the NL West last night. So the only highlight they got from the game is that one because
Yeah.
that's all I've seen.
About time you started earning your brand new salary, CD Lamb.
Okay, this is all about the ball. I don't want to-
Well, let's hold our breath this afternoon to get the results of that MRI
Yeah,
on
no
Micah
kidding.
Parsons'
That's
left
huge.
ankle.
I think he's trying to come in.
Hey there. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. Don't forget, Tuesday night, the vice presidential debate. We will have it right here on 1200 WOAI at 8 o'clock. So no matter where you are, you don't have to miss a minute of it. If you're in your car or near a radio at the time, if you're not near a television, we got you covered. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Hurricane Helene is now a tropical storm as it's left at least 5 dead. A leasing agreement dispute is at the center of a lawsuit filed by Southwest Airlines against San Antonio. And a man who detectives say knew too much has been detained in connection to the murder of a woman at an East Side park. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Sunday. All 3 days, highs in the mid to upper 90s and lows in the mid to upper 60s. It is 63 degrees in Alamo Heights, 63 at the Pearl, and 62 right here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time, 7:52.
San Antonio's first news. It is not just a red Friday. If you're watching the YouTube stream, you will see that we are all wearing red as we do every Friday to remember everyone deployed until they all come home. But it's also a Randy Beamer Friday.
Yes.
It's Fridays with Beamer. And you know what that means on YouTube? That means it's a double eye candy
That's
Friday.
right. That's right.
So you'll see Charity and Randy Beamer on video.
That should be the split screen so they don't have to look at us.
Exactly.
Just be Charity and
That's-
Randy.
We'll-
And the
we'll work
numbers
on
will go
that.
through the roof.
Yes.
You know
Come
they
for
would.
the eye candy, stay for the chopped liver.
Yes.
Thank you. In a moment, an ugly lawsuit over Shohei Ohtani's 50-50 ball. But first, we've been asking you all morning long. The Texas State Fair is opening today. It begins today. Don't bring your firearms. Unfortunately, Ken Paxton did not prevail. Otherwise, we could all bring our firearms to the Texas State Fair. So don't want to be Debbie Downer here, but leave your firearms at home. But we're asking you, what is your favorite fair food, either at the Texas State Fair or anywhere? Taste of New Orleans, Niosa, wherever you get your fair food. Mr. T, what do we got?
We got this one.
Now, I've never been to the Texas State Fair, but I have been to the Comal County Fair. And let me tell you, the pork chop on a stick, best thing ever.
Man, I'm getting hungry.
Pork chop on a stick. That's, at a fair, I want my food on a stick.
It makes it more convenient.
Yes.
It really does. And give me a large portion, because
Thank you.
I've been shortchanged on chicken on a stick before. I won't name any names, King William Fair, but I want to get a big hunk of chicken,
Yes.
meat. I'm paying for it.
Yes. And you're paying a lot for it.
Yes.
So you want a lot for it.
Yes.
We're looking at you, King William Fair. Don't you ever shortchange Charity again.
Don't you know who she is?
We'll talk
My
about you on the
God.
radio. Yes. Now, Mr. T, you brought this to my attention earlier this morning. A lot was made of Shohei Ohtani hitting that 50-50 ball.
Yeah, he hit 50 home runs with 50 stolen bases. He hits the ball into the left field bleachers. And according to this lawsuit, because it's going up for auction, I believe today. Now, there's an 18-year-old kid named Max Mattis who's filed a lawsuit trying to get a temporary injunction against that auction house to auction off the ball. What he says is when he caught the ball in his left hand, there was a muscular older man trapped his arm between his legs and got the ball away from him and then took off out of the stadium. And now the ball is going up for auction today. Unless this injunction happens, they're looking at least $500,000 for this ball.
How can he prove that, though?
He can't.
Because all you see on the footage is just some
Exactly.
scuffle on the floor, and they're down there
Exactly.
for a while before the one guy comes up, who I guess is muscular,
Yes.
who ends up with
The
the ball.
older gentleman,
Yeah.
yes. And Golden Auctions is the company. They said yesterday that, look, it's they have no allegations of wrongdoing is wrong against them. And they say it's a cutthroat world in the stands. It's a free-for-all. So whoever ends up with the ball, I guess, as they're saying, is the rightful owner.
If it's true, I feel bad for this kid who's an 18-year-old, so
Yeah.
we call him a kid. But and it's too bad, Charity, as you mentioned, if there was some conclusive video evidence
Exactly.
that he caught the ball, maybe he'd have a shot in court here. But if it just looks like a scuffle for the ball,
Now, here's what they could do. I mean, it's expected to fetch at least $500,000. Split it.
but what if this kid's lying?
Then he's a good liar.
What if the older muscular
He's a
guy?
damn good liar is what it is.
Yeah.
And you know what fascinates me is because when this was happening, when every time Ohtani got up, they would change the ball out because it's marked. It's got a mark on it, so they know it's the official ball.
Okay.
So yeah, that I was fascinated by that because I was watching it. And yes, I like you, Charity. I saw it when it happened, and I was watching the replays, and you cannot tell who comes up, who caught the ball.
No, there's at least 6
Yes,
guys
yes.
wrestling for it on the ground.
Yeah, it's like a scrum going on out there. It's like a mosh pit for the ball.
Yeah. But I will admit the guy that ended up getting it was one of the last to
Yes.
jump in.
Yes.
So there is that.
Yes, and he immediately left the stadium, by the way.
Smart move.
Yeah, he did. He got the hell out of there. But he's like, I'm not sticking around.
Yeah,
I'm gone.
And I got mixed emotions that he jumped into the scrum late and wound up, wrestling the ball away from people
Well,
who might have.
have you ever been around a home run ball or a foul ball when it hits the crowd? It
Yeah.
kind of bounces around and goes
True.
all over the place. So you never know.
Yeah, I never dove into a
No
battle for the
yeah,
ball.
I
though.
don't fight over
Like,
baseballs, man. No, thank
I'll
you.
go buy one myself and be happy.
It
All
will
right.
make you rich, Chris.
Yeah,
That's-
you know what? Maybe I need to rethink my position. Yes. Coming up, Randy Beamer coming into the studio. Lots to talk about with Randy. Charity has everything you need to know right here at the top of the hour. WOAI News Time, 7:57. Okay, if you're wondering, we just adjusted one of the Randy cam for Randy Beamer because we know you want to get as much Randy Beamer as you possibly can on the video. You know him, you love him, you can't get enough of him. The most trusted man in San Antonio, Randy Beamer. Cool. Go until he gets here. I'd go, back or front. I think there's more action on the TV screen, so thanks. All right, we're going to change camera angles. Randy cam. There goes Tim out the door. Tim just left. What's going on? All right, we're going to let you listen to Charity, do the news, and Randy Beamer should be here any minute.
Eight o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Hurricane Helene leaves 6 dead and 2 million without power, and Southwest Airlines sues San Antonio. We'll have more ahead, traffic and weather together coming up every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Friday: sunshine, a high near 95. Tonight's low in the upper 60s. Get a move on. It is 63 degrees. The states of Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina are combating flash flooding from Hurricane Helene, causing widespread damage. Here's Fox Weather senior meteorologist Janice Jean.
I really think that this might be the legacy of the storm. I've always said it doesn't take a hurricane or even a named storm to cause damage, and that is what's happening, unfolding right now live. Catastrophic flooding in and around the Atlanta area, northeast of Atlanta, up towards the Carolinas, and some of the language that the National Weather Service is using, especially in the southern Appalachians, is historic. never happened before, catastrophic. Prepare in advance, leave the area if you live in this region, because we're going to see the potential for flooding here as well as over the Ohio and Tennessee River Valley, where the remnants of Helene are going to stall.
Meantime, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis outlined recovery efforts in place.
We have 3,500 National Guardsmen standing by. We have our state guards standing by. We have state troopers standing by, and they will be active if need be. And I know we have a lot of our local first responders are going to be ready to be able to be on scene as well as needed.
And Helene is now a tropical storm, but it's already blamed for the deaths of at least 6 people. Volunteers from Texas are ready to charge into hard-hit parts of Florida to help. Here's Beth Myers.
The hurricane carved a path of destruction. Specially trained members with the group Texans on Mission are now going in with chainsaws to clear it up.
We are prepared to radically transform a region of a city in a few days to a few weeks.
The group's John Hall says they see this as a calling. For years, their volunteers with the Baptist Church have helped areas recover from hurricanes. In addition to clearing brush, they'll also bring hot meals to areas without power. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Vice President Kamala Harris is courting voters on the West Coast with a planned stop at the U.S.-Mexico border in Arizona. Here's Fox's Tanya J. Powers.
Vice President Kamala Harris begins her West Coast trip in Douglas, Arizona, where she is expected to give details on her proposal to send new agents to the border, as well as new technology to stem the flow of fentanyl. Douglas is Arizona's second largest port of entry along the southern border. Arizona is a battleground state with 11 electoral votes up for grabs and narrowly went for President Biden in 2020. Following the Arizona stop, the vice president has campaign fundraisers scheduled in San Francisco and Los Angeles on Saturday and Sunday before heading to an event in Nevada. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Delivering remarks at Trump Tower in New York City, former President Trump was critical of Harris's record on border security and her promises to fix it.
Why didn't she fix it almost 4 years ago? She's got no plans, got no talent, got no ability to do it.
Republicans say it's hypocritical for her to show a sudden interest in the effects of illegal immigration. President Biden signed executive actions taking steps to address gun violence, as well as how children and parents can respond to preventing it. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
President Biden's order seeks to, first and foremost,
establish a new federal task force on emerging firearm threats,
including ghost guns and 3D printed switches that make handguns fire like automatics. He also seeks to change how school shooter drills are done to reduce kids' trauma. The president says parents will also get knowledge from his action
about safety of storing firearms in their homes.
These actions, according to Vice President Harris, align with an administration belief.
The right to be safe is a civil right.
Gernal Scott, Fox News.
A man is in custody after detectives say he knew too much about the death of a woman whose body was found Monday in an Eastside park. Bexar County deputies encountered 38-year-old Marco Flores yesterday near the area they were investigating. Flores reportedly knew details about 63-year-old Stacy Dramiga's condition that had not been made public. After deputies told Flores they were detaining him for questioning, he ran away. Deputies caught him and arrested him on a charge of evading arrest. Well, there's a new wrinkle in the ongoing dispute between Southwest Airlines and the city of San Antonio over the airport lease agreement. Eric Lycum reports.
Yesterday, the Dallas-based airline filed suit in federal court against the city of San Antonio that also named airport director Jesus Saenz, alleging they used subjective factors with assigning airline terminal gates. A new lease agreement is set to go into effect next week, but Southwest wants that delayed because they say, as it stands, the deal negatively impacts their future growth. They say they were promised to be part of the future terminal. City officials promised at least $200 million allocated to improve their current Terminal A facility, which the airline is reviewing, but they will not sign the new agreement before next Tuesday. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
The Cowboys knocked off the NFC East rival Giants on Thursday Night Football from the Meadowlands 20-15. Here's Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott.
It was huge, yeah, after obviously losing 2, especially at home. Coming on the road, first division game. Division wins are always tough. As I said, then you add on the road. Before a long weekend, puts a better taste in our mouth.
The Cowboys have now won 7 straight over the Giants. Dallas now heads into a mini bye week. It is 8:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news. He is here. He is in studio. He is on video right now. If you go to YouTube at 1200 WOAI, you know him, you love him, you can't get enough of him. The most trusted man in San Antonio.
The late, great Hannibal Lecter. It's
Randy.
like I'm resurrected or something. It's a
Randy
miracle
Beamer.
that dead guy is back.
And we Charity broke the news
Yes.
earlier in the broadcast. Congratulations on the new grandson.
Thank you. Polar Pop, again, has my second grandbaby. I just want to congratulate my daughter, son-in-law, and all of those people. And I'll be talking to them later today. But thank you.
Beautiful.
So how did it all go down? Did she just all of a sudden midnight in the middle of the night go into labor, or was this a planned thing?
This was, I don't want to give too much away, but there were a little complication at the end, maybe too much amniotic fluid. And she's going to go, Dad, did you really have to say this?
Exactly.
But she's fine. So there was a little induction. And she came. I'm very proud. The last baby came at like 37 weeks and was big. And this one, 9 pounds.
That's
and more
big.
than a week early.
My goodness. Wow.
So-
More with Randy coming right up. First, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together. Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Sunday, all 3 days, highs in the mid to upper 90s and overnight lows in the mid to upper 60s. It is 63 degrees in Alamo Heights, 63 in Leon Valley, and 62 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:11. We call it Fridays with Beamer. Randy Beamer hangs out with us. He is the host of On the Record, 7 o'clock Thursday nights on KLRN. And before we proceed, we have the talkback feature that you're very familiar with. And Kemper left a talkback for Randy this morning.
Good morning. Wanted to give a shout out to Randy Beamer. I did catch his On the Record show Thursday night. Very serious format. The man was sporting a suit, no Polar Pop to be found. But if you want your lowdown on the local politics, that is the place to go. Congrats on another grandbaby. That is absolutely the best, I'm sure.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Kemper. That's very nice.
Very nice.
Yes, we did talk politics this week, and we talked not just the upcoming election and how it's going to go, but polling, which I thought was interesting. UTSA has a new Center for Polling Research. They just started up about a year ago. They've had their third poll, the first one in March, the second one in June, and they did notice, I know we'll talk about other stuff here, but they did notice that since June, enthusiasm among Democrats here locally has gone up. People, Biden were like, oh, okay, but the numbers have gone up and they've evened or bested what they were in 2016 for Democrats.
Who are they talking to?
They are talking to, and I asked them about this, they have different ways of finding out people. Now, this was an online poll, but they don't just use random. They have a third-party vendor that they use to get cross-reference of, who's voted. So they do have a scientific way of finding that out.
How many times have you been polled?
Excuse me? Why, I oughta. I'm sorry. Thank you, Charity.
It's a personal
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Wow, it is a Red Friday. Look at her face.
The FCC is calling right now. Not as many as, anyway, I'm sorry, I'm getting ready.
That'll be the show Beamer After Dark.
Well, we're getting ready for the Gridiron Show to raise money for scholarships for journalists.
Are you emceeing that again?
I am seeing that.
Right, very
That's
nice.
tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, and there's a rehearsal at 2 you can go to where it's not that foul, I should say.
No, it's
or
not.
risky.
It's
Anyway,
pretty cool,
yes,
though.
I have not been polled, although I have gotten, I don't know if you guys have, a lot of those text messages or emails about that, and I just don't respond because I don't think
It's phishing.
I'm supposed
It's
to.
phishing.
Especially if there's a link, embedded.
Yeah.
I'm not going to click on it. So
Right.
yeah.
And I wouldn't do that just because I'm in news and I don't want people to think that I'm
Biased.
one way or the other.
Yeah.
At all. Yes.
Now, after the break, Randy, you have covered a number of hurricanes, and I want to dive into your experience in hurricanes. But we wanted to make sure we asked this question because we talked about it earlier in the week. Mr. T and I are undefeated in pickleball. We humiliated Charity and her partner at the time, Jeremy, who used to work here at the station. So Charity now is without a pickleball partner. But one of her stipulations, she only plays doubles with very, very attractive men.
Yeah.
So
the
she's
boys
looking
in the booth are out.
All
So
right. Well, as you know from sitting here, I have never been eye candy, but I'm pretty much an eye infection or a lesion now. That I'm way past that. You're going to have to get Andrew Zimmel or EJ in the booth, those young guys,
they didn't help her last time. Yeah.
She wants Randy Beamer, and Mr. T and I would enjoy humiliating you and Charity together.
I understand that, but I do have metal knees. I have titanium. Seriously,
Yeah,
because
that's okay.
I'm on my third and fourth metal knee.
Well, then we won't make you run. We'll hit the ball right to you.
Have you ever played pickleball?
I have not.
Oh, it's a
The
blast.
beauty is, and the
It's
reason
so much
older
fun.
people like us
Yeah.
are playing is you don't have to do you
Yeah,
don't have to run like tennis.
Yeah.
You can kind of
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's just the name that turns off a lot of people. Cucumber ball or
do you know
eggplant ball.
do you
is-
know why it was named pickleball?
I do not.
Named after the man's dog.
The inventor of pickleball had a dog named Pickles who would all keep running on the court and grabbing the ball and
So
running
they
away
called
with
it pickleball.
Yeah.
True
So, Beamer,
story.
let us be a part of your first pickleball experience.
Yes.
Well,
because that was our first
Yeah,
pickleball
and
game.
you always remember your first. So
beyond that.
you
do.
called it. You called it. Charity said
How many
that-
times have you been pulled? I'm sorry. And
quick
yanked my
break.
mic. Yes.
Quick break. Randy has had many hurricane experiences as a reporter. We'll talk about that coming up. WOAI News Time, 8:16.
But I tell you,
All right, we're back on the stream now, guys.
All right, the mic is hot.
Okay.
The mic is
the
hot,
internet.
Randy.
well, I'll try to
the
keep
mic
it,
is always hot.
try
Randy.
to keep it clean.
Yeah.
That was funny.
I try to embarrass you. I heard it's National Morning Show Host
Yes,
Day.
true, it is.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I did not know there was one.
We just
I did not
invented
know
it.
either.
We just
I thought
invented it.
Yes. It's
No,
only
it's every year on what's today?
I had never
September
heard of it
27th.
before today. Until you told me today.
I have the one
never-
from last year, so obviously it was
Wow.
happening last year
Okay.
too. So yeah.
declared by President Garfield, I think.
Yeah.
Late 1800s.
Travis says, so Randy shows up and the show goes off the rails.
Pretty much.
I'm sorry. I haven't
No,
gotten
it's no
enough
problem.
oxygen. I'm
Usually,
still...
after last night, because we had a station function last night, so we've been a little loopy all
Right
morning.
across from KLRN, we were in the
Exactly.
Light Building.
Yeah, we were at the Light
At
Building.
420
Very nice
Broadway.
place, man.
That was cool.
420 Broadway.
Like
And
I said,
nobody offered me a bong hit. I was very
I
disappointed.
haven't been in there since they put
Beautiful,
their big
man.
glass wall and all that.
Oh,
It
but
was
they have
nice.
a rooftop bar area up there, rooftop terrace. They had a bar set up. It was beautiful, man. It's a nice
And it's
place.
a great view.
Oh,
I think, of
really
downtown.
good view of downtown.
So,
yes.
and you can see the construction.
Yes.
on
Yeah.
Broadway.
Beautiful view of the construction. I have to say that it was beautiful.
After 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
God.
Well,
yeah.
I started.
It's gonna be a nice
there
city when they finish it, Randy.
3 years ago, and had been already for a year, off and on, and it's just an adventure.
Well, when I worked at KZEP, which was right down there on 9th Street, Broadway and 9th, right over there, they were working on Alamo Street back then. That was
yes,
almost 40 years ago.
I
It was like,
remember.
holy crap, are you ever going to finish this?
Well, it's a job
I
creation.
know.
process.
It's job history. It's job security.
What do you?
Oh,
Oh,
I
okay.
tried to mention you for the girls out there.
I appreciate that.
Sure. I forget though that side of the aisle is not on.
yeah, they're not on. Yeah,
They
nobody
should be
sees
on
them
the
but us.
subcarrier.
There's got to be a way. Yeah.
Well,
YouTube too.
Actually, what we should do is do this the right way, so we don't have to run everything from this board and actually have cameras set up all over the place. But no,
That'll be the next thing.
yeah.
sure.
Like, does Ted Cruz's podcast have a camera?
I don't think so.
I think it's just audio.
Yeah, it's
Joe
just
Banks
audio.
has a camera, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he's in his house.
Very much so.
He's in his house. He's
Yeah, he
got.
does
But does he have
from home.
like flags behind him?
Oh, he's got all kinds of stuff.
I don't know.
I don't. I mean, some of them do.
Yeah.
So I would think.
He should have whenever Trump speaks and there's
Yeah.
17 flags on play.
MAGA flag.
Pag should have
A
those.
MAGA flag.
Yeah.
A MAGA flagga. A flagga. All right, stand by.
MAGA flag.
Okay.
Yeah, you gonna throw it to her?
Yes.
All right.
Coming up, Randy Beamer's experience reporting on hurricanes. First, Charity, what stories are you following?
Helene is now a tropical storm after leaving at least 6 dead. A leasing agreement dispute is at the center of a lawsuit filed by Southwest Airlines against San Antonio, and a man who detectives say knew too much has been detained in connection to the murder of a woman at an East Side park. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Sunday. All 3 days, highs in the mid to upper 90s. All 3 days, overnight lows in the mid to upper 60s. 63 degrees at the Snake Farm, 63 in China Grove, and 62 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 821.
San Antonio's first news, Randy Beamer in studio, Fridays with Beamer. And Randy, you've covered many hurricanes over the years. When you watch the coverage on TV, are you jonesing to be out in the middle of the action?
Not in the middle of it, because I always thought that was I did want to do that when I was younger, but then later I thought this is dumb because, over the years they have security cameras and all that stuff, and they do show more of that. And they did last night in Florida. But I would cover the aftermath, which is really more enlightening and sad.
Yeah.
And we flew with a crew out of the West Side, Kelly Air Force Base back then, to Detroit with to pick up, C-5, to pick up a bunch of supplies.
Oh, cool.
And this was for the U.S. government, and he flew to Honduras. Then, and now I also flew into Katrina after that with a group from a medevac unit that had come from the West, and then we picked up people there, flew in. It was a whole different ball of wax there, where they actually had dead people in the Louis Armstrong Airport, and there was the threat of gunfire, and it was like Apocalypse Now with all the helicopters picking people up off roofs.
Yeah.
Still, the next day or two. Well, the one that's probably most memorable and maybe comparable to what's going on right now in Florida is Ike in Galveston.
Yes.
We were there right after. And stayed in an empty hotel at night. It was bizarre. It's where, Geraldo had done his little shtick the night before. It was empty. It was dark, but they let us stay in any room because there was no one there. And the sad thing in the aftermath, it really sticks in my mind, in Galveston and parts of it, it went up to about the second floor in some homes.
Oh, my God.
And there was a guy who stayed, an older man. I mean, there's a bunch of people who stayed, but he was so memorable because he stayed in his house. His bed floated up, and he stayed on his bed. His cat was there. But the grossest thing was, our photographer and I had a photographer then, Francisco Barragan. We went in, and the place just reeked because of mold and the
Oh,
seawater.
my gosh.
Yeah.
But he said, well, I can't smell it anymore. I was in the war and I lost my smell. But it's so hard going back because there's so much debris on the road, and getting around there, you can't. There's gasoline shortage and all that kind of stuff, and the people were without power. And we don't think about that. There are people that go in it's almost like police going to the thing, and they bring rescue, or it's a Red Cross, I think, is the best way to donate now. I encourage people to go to the Red Cross and donate money because that's what they really need. They can buy stuff closer. It gets there faster.
And Randy, when you're doing that kind of coverage, I mean, you're putting yourself in a dangerous situation, and you're in a sense roughing it yourself, right? I mean, if you don't have power and the roads are closed or flooded, I mean, it's a difficult situation, I imagine.
Yes, but we take in food. We took in, I remember, gas. We had, in fact, in Galveston, we took in these big, we were like three of us in a van, and we had big red cans of gasoline.
Oh, my gosh.
So the second day or third day when we're about to leave, I have a picture of the two photographers sitting next to the gas cans at the back of the van, smoking. So it's not the smartest group, as you can tell.
So when she says you were roughing it, you had to do your shots without makeup, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's roughing it, right?
Really,
Randy never wore makeup.
I know, he didn't need
he
it.
always
He
looks
didn't
great.
need it. Yeah.
Spackling. I wore spackling and paint, but back in the day. And it is, it's sad to see all the people that have lost their belongings. And it's also a reminder for us here in the hometown of USAA that it is tough on insurance companies, and those people in the path of this are going to have trouble re-upping their insurance, and it costs them a ton of money. And even farther inland, and we don't think of this here because we have smaller trees, but in places like Florida, East Texas, not so much Ike because they're on the coast, but in near Katrina, the trees are down for miles and miles inland, so it affects the power. And it affects the cleanup. If you don't have things like, construction equipment or saws, chainsaws, you're out of luck.
Well, and if you do have chainsaws, you mentioned a gas shortage. I mean, you got to have the gas to
and
run.
Just getting back to their houses, it's going to be tough. For days, they're going to have trouble.
My goodness, Randy, we ask you this a lot. Can you stick around a little longer?
Sure.
I know you want to go see the new grandson, so we don't want to keep you too long.
You don't want to wake them up this early, though.
So Randy Beamer's going to stick around. We're going to go to Charity McCurdy at the bottom of the hour for all the big stories on this Friday morning. We'll check in with Joe Pags at 8:40 see what he's got cooking for this afternoon. Then more with Randy Beamer, WOAI News Time 826.
And we're back.
Wow.
That's cool, man. I
See
mean,
Carl
Katrina
Rove
was just
back with the
Yeah.
little
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you should pull it up in a second.
the whiteboard.
The Katrina thing was just god awful, wasn't it? Just god awful.
Which one? Oh,
Katrina.
yes. Yeah.
I mean,
was,
I remember watching the coverage of that going, oh my God, the people, like you mentioned, on top of the house, days later,
Yes.
they're finding people.
It was literally like Apocalypse Now.
Yeah.
We flew in. It was a military plane. They had been warned. Of course, the airport was closed off forever for the regular people. But that when we got off the plane, they said, keep low because there's been reports of gunfire
I remember
near
that.
the
Yeah.
airport because there was the looting and whatever. So we went low. We got in there. It's empty except for, we go down from the gate toward the main section, and there is a morgue,
Oh
little
my
there
God.
are bodies to the
Oh my God.
right. But then they were just setting up the FEMA
okay.
medical tent in the main or one of the main areas, which was kind of late at
Yeah.
that point. This was a day or two later.
Yeah.
And it was, you did a great job. What's his name? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Said, hey, you did a great job.
Smitty, he did a great
Smitty
job.
or
What
whatever
was his
Yeah.
name?
I'll
Google that.
But that was
He's a heck of a
Yeah.
dude.
we didn't go into at that time
The Ninth Ward and
right
all that.
into Ursula and I went was the next week because she has parents there in Covington.
Oh, wow.
And other family.
Wow.
And so we went there and they couldn't get back into their homes and they had to know people who
Wow.
got there.
Wow.
And there was
Brownie.
a lot of damage.
It says here Brownie. You did
Brownie.
Michael
Great
Brown.
job,
You did a heck
Brownie.
of a job, Brownie.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Brownie hadn't set up anything, the FEMA
No.
stuff
Yeah.
at that time.
Well, I remember that was the big controversy is what took them so long,
Yes.
And
And we went to the Ninth Ward, not just right after, but like months after. And it was still.
still, yeah. I believe it's still parts of it that are
Yes.
not, that are not
Did you see-
habitable.
Speaking of which, they had a story yesterday as well on one of the nightly newscasts about the Outer Banks of North Carolina,
Mm.
that 4 houses there, it had nothing to do with a hurricane, just because of the rise in the sea level, 4 more houses gone. And they had a great shot of one of them just falling, collapsing into the sea
It's just
because they
god-awful, man.
redo the sand and whatever, like
Right.
Galveston.
Yeah, like
redo
they
the
do,
sand,
yeah.
But it only said, they said it lasts about 5 to 7 years
Yeah.
in some places.
Yeah, because they're roads. from
And
the-
it was millions
yeah.
of dollars, so they were expecting another 10. They
Oh
had
my
4 in a
My God.
week that were gone.
Wow.
And those aren't cheap houses.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's really sad. All these people, you have to replace everything in the
Mhm.
house.
Yeah.
Which I wouldn't have thought about, but the
No,
mold
everything.
and it costs.
They got to go. You mentioned the cost of insurance, your premiums.
Yes.
If you're living in Florida right now, man, I don't know if you can afford insurance, man. Sometimes it's like 3
Yes.
times what your mortgage is.
My
Yeah,
son-in-law used to work there, was saying, don't move to Louisiana,
Florida,
Florida, California.
California too. Yeah, fires and
Because and
landslides.
that's
and-
why USA has lost some money.
Oh, yeah.
over the last
Yeah.
few years, and they're not.
Well, they
doing
got to
with
do that, I
banking.
guess, because they got to make money too. And,
Yes. Another thing with when I went to Honduras, that was really sad. When we went from the airport into the downtown, I don't know, was it Tegucigalpa or whatever?
Right.
There were people that had been sleeping on the road
Mm.
because of snakes,
Mm.
because their houses are gone, and the roads were the highest area in this particular low-lying part. And it was like, what? It was like a
Amazing.
And those snakes they have in Honduras, you don't want to
Yes.
mess with them.
And the tsunami in Sri Lanka, it was another
Mhm.
C5 that flew up there and got I don't know where they got their supplies. And they got there 4 or 5 days later, but there were still people when we went from the northeast side, the capital, to the west side where it had been or was still a great surfing beach.
Yeah.
But the storm surge had gone up high enough that people didn't have their homes, and there they couldn't drive anywhere. So when we got there in a helicopter, it was like Vietnam, and people were
Oh
like,
God, hanging on to the trying to.
when we came down, they were like not sure if we're going to come down, so they
Right.
were reaching
Oh my
for
God.
food and
God.
stuff,
Yeah.
and it was get out of the way. They landed, they got the
Wow.
pallets of food out, and
I think that's the one that Jeff Bolton who used
yes,
to work here.
we went with him.
Okay, I used to do his show. I was his producer, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got stories about that guy.
I don't know if I went in.
Mics are hot.
I know.
I don't know if I went in with him or not.
Well,
yeah, I think he was there, but I don't know
Yeah,
if
he
he was
was
on
there.
the same flight. But I took a camera and then I wandered around.
Yeah. Well, I bet you got all kinds of great stuff.
Yeah, great, but it was
Devastating.
devastating, and they had, they don't have great construction methods, and so a lot of stuff had just been washed away.
Yeah. So next Friday, if you're available, he's out. That's Friday, October 4th.
Yes.
Okay.
So we'd love to have you. Anything that would be convenient for you if you're available.
Sure, I think so. I'm going up that weekend, but probably not until Friday night to Lubbock.
Okay.
I think that weekend I'm going up.
What's
to
a Lubbock?
I'm doing the kids tour. I went to
Oh, cool.
Louisiana to LSU. I'm
Oh,
going
nice.
to Texas Tech and my daughter.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's actually parents' weekend.
Oh, is
because of the Gridiron, and I think Ursula is supposed to go up there this weekend.
Oh, cool.
She also did. She taped the show. She's doing stuff for KLRN now.
Oh, is she really?
Oh, wow. You two should do a show.
They had talked about that, but I don't know. This
I smell
the kids-
ratings.
Fun, man.
I smell ratings.
Rex is from
Bonanza.
Texas.
Tune in just to see
She
the train
did
wreck.
an interview for the Now and Then show, San Antonio Files, with a Congressional Medal of Honor winner.
Oh, my goodness.
And from this area. And so I guess it went very well.
Oh, I bet.
But then another ex-girlfriend helped set it up.
Wow.
Look at that, Randy.
So-
It's a small world
It
after
is
all.
a small world.
Yeah.
Glad I don't
left-
have to clean it.
Not that I was a player. I was.
Yeah, we
I
understand.
guess that would be a loser. A
Yeah,
serial
well,
loser.
players do lose. They play. Sometimes they lose.
And they lose. Well, if they're still players, they lose serially.
Not everybody could be a winner, Randy.
Well, I've heard that.
So how was the LSU UCLA football game?
It was awesome.
That place is wild, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was more wild because of this one. I've gone to bad games before.
Right. Well, when they're
But-
winning, it's
And
a
then
party.
last night I'm watching the Giants game, and I remember watching, it was the last year, a couple of years ago, Malik Neighbors,
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
And look
Yeah.
at them now. They're
awesome.
Yeah.
But I was remembering that game, and I'm thinking, I don't know if when they get to the NFL, they're going to be that good, because they didn't have, they had
Look
a
at-
great line.
look at
But
this.
they also look
yeah.
kind of thin.
Yeah.
That Jaden Daniels isn't the big
No.
6'4"
but he's
Tom Brady.
He's looking good though.
He's tall, but he's big, and so is
He's
Malik
very
Neighbors.
mobile.
Man,
Yeah, I
did you
know.
see last
When he
night?
got hurt. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but he had a great night.
Well, I know,
before that.
but then he got hurt. That's
Yeah.
that's not
The
good.
concussion. He fell
Yeah.
on his face.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
and
It's,
his head went back.
I don't understand why those guys don't wear those big old helmets
Yeah.
that they
A
have
couple
out
of
now.
guys have,
Yeah.
but
So
that's
there's
it.
a very few though, because it's probably one of those things. Well, I don't want to look like a wuss, I'm not going to go out there with that big puffy thing on. Well, I would
I
like
would
to be
wear
able to
that.
remember where I parked my car.
See, that's what I'm afraid of with my grandson. My son-in-law is 6'4", and they had wanted him to play in high school at wherever it was, O'Connor. And he's lumbering, he's
Right.
big. But the kids, my
Is a
first grandkid is a foot taller,
And
a
is he
head
like this?
taller.
Is
And
he
then the
husky?
next one is early. So they know they're going to be big. and
Well,
they're
look
gonna
at
be wanting
Charity's
football.
son, man. Charity's son. He's going to be
Is
a
he?
linebacker. He's big.
I told him if they want to be a kicker.
There you
Did
go.
you see, speaking
Yes.
of which, Brandon
Yes.
Aubrey?
Yes.
Hit a 60-yarder last
Yes.
night. Yeah.
Actually, tell him to play baseball or golf. Longer careers, man. Much longer careers.
Although my son's into baseball and football, so he wants to be maybe front office someday. And
Well,
we
that's-
joke about
That's actually where the
Smart, too,
money's
yeah.
at.
Get him
That's
into-
where the money's at.
get him into football. He just
Yeah.
likes the game. We had to go to 3 sports bars the night before the game, the night after the game, the next day to watch NFL,
It's college, man.
Yeah.
It's college. That's what you're supposed to
He
do.
knows everything there is to know about.
See?
He has a mind like
That's
you
good.
guys do.
That's good. That's good.
But I don't know if he's not going to work in the upper echelon until
Sports agent. Agent would work.
We talked about that, but
That's hard though. It's a
Yeah.
very
You have to be
small
a
pool.
lawyer.
Well, it's a very small pool of
that's what he
of
said.
people. Yeah. I mean, there's not very many agents out there. Now the agents themselves have big staffs, but that's
Yeah. How about was it Woj?
Woj. Yeah, he's out.
Woj that Now
He
there's a
retired.
place for that. But then you
Yeah.
have to be a schmoozer and you have to talk to all those guys.
You got to be friends with all of them.
Like Andrew or EJ.
Yeah.
What do you want to talk about here in this segment? Where do we want to go? Anything on your mind, Randy? You want to
Let's talk about the gridiron. Let's talk about.
Oh, that gridiron.
Yeah, talk about gridiron. Let's talk about
gridiron.
Kayla Rins on the record.
Or Dan Rather's.
Dan Rather's thing is good.
Carla was supposedly a huge one as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that really started.
See,
the
I remember
radar.
we lived in Key West, Florida when I was 3 years old till I was 6. And a hurricane came through there. I couldn't tell you which one it was, but I had the time of my life because they sent us to a hurricane shelter. And it was at a National Guard armory. And it was us, all the kids. We were playing all kinds of games inside this thing. And it had just had the time of our lives, man.
I remember going to in Honduras after it to a shelter.
Mm-hmm.
It was swell.
It was a blast, though, man. We had such a good time, though. I mean, I
guess if you're that age.
Yeah, that was my hurricane story. And I remember coming back because we lived on the Naval Air Station out there. And there was one road that came in, a 2-lane road that went from, Key West proper to the Naval Air Station. And my dad and all these cars had to stop and move this hammerhead shark that had got washed up on, and it was blocking both lanes. That's how big it was.
Wow.
And it took like 6 guys to move this damn shark off the road. And I was just fascinated to be that close to a hammerhead shark.
Speaking of which, and Dan Rather, they wanted to fire him in Dallas after the Kennedy assassination because one of the things he reported was that at one of the schools, and he had heard this and was accurate, that the kids cheered when they said Kennedy was dead and you're going home.
Oh, wow.
Well, they didn't cheer because
he
they
was
said
dead. They were going home.
Because they were going home.
Yeah.
But
well, and in the newspaper or somewhere, there were the day of the motorcade, the wanted for treason signs.
Yeah.
But
and so they might have cheered because he was.
That's what that was. When he said it, that was my first
chances
thought.
are they were doing it because they could go home.
Yes,
You
that's
know,
what they
That's
said
what I
later.
was cheering for.
At least
I
that's what they
wasn't.
claimed.
Yeah, I was in Japan when that happened.
Well, and when Trump, the first assassination attempt, all over social media,
Yeah.
there were people saying,
God awful.
"You should have got him. You should have. Bad shot. What's wrong with you?" So yeah,
Probably in Dallas, what
Yeah.
they were saying.
Yeah.
And here.
All right, you remember Pags?
Oh, thank you for that.
You remember it? You need to hear it real quick?
I wrote a note down. I can't find my note.
Here, you want to write it again?
Is that who they had?
Joe Pack.
Oh,
I mean,
some.
All right, I found it. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, it's somebody
some
that.
Republican guy.
No, it's not very big. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
I thought it
exactly.
was interesting. Also, they did polling at UTSA that showed not much support for the baseball stadium.
Oh,
or for the
I
Spurs
can understand
thing.
that, man.
It's like, do you need a poll for that? But
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can
and
understand.
interest in parking.
Yep.
Concerns about parking.
Yep.
And housing.
Yep. All right, stand by, guys. Here we go.
San Antonio's first news. Randy Beamer in studio. More with Randy in a moment. But first, let's check in with Joe Pags from the Joe Pags Show. Joe, I hear you got a candidate on the show. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Chris. That's right. It's Mata Flores. She wants to be District 34 Republican from the great state of Texas in the House of Representatives. She's got a very tight race with the incumbent. She's going to come on the program and talk about that and also the fact that Vice President Kamala Harris is going to be at the border. Yep, she'll be in Arizona, but the border issues are the border issues. And, of course, here in Texas, we have the largest border. Flores is all over that, being from the Brownsville area. Now, plus the return of Brianna Morello. She's going to tell us the very latest on Diddy, that situation. Who else is involved? Plus, we'll talk more about Eric Adams and his troubles in New York City. That and more on a Free Speech Friday on the Joe Pags Show on News Radio 1200 WOAI. See you at 5.
See you then. The Joe Pags Show, 5 to 8 p.m. today and every weekday right here on 1200 WOAI. Randy Beamer in studio. You can see him on the YouTube feed. We're running the live video right now. Go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI. Randy, we talked about your hurricane experience, which is extensive. There's and you know well, Dan Rather. There's a great documentary on Netflix. It's just called Rather, but it starts in Galveston during Hurricane Carla, which really put him on the map.
Made his bones. He got a lot of attention across the country. Part of his report from Galveston with the Weather Service people and one of the first radar reports nationally, he was put on by Walter Cronkite on the national CBS feed and then was lauded by the Houston people because he knew that there was the Weather Service down there. They had a big 250-mile radar, but they didn't show at that time the land area. So he and the Weather Service people came up with putting a some kind of transparent drawing of the outline of the coast on there, and it actually showed people. And so when they showed this back to the guys at KHOU, they said, "Oh my gosh, wow!" So we need to get on the air. We need to tell people about. They need to. This is a massive one. It was one of the worst. And so they helped with the evacuation of some 350,000 to 500,000. That's really when people had the first inkling of how far out. They didn't have too far warning, but they had it far out enough to get people out of there. And that's, saving lives to this day.
Yeah. And, Beamer, it's not just our imagination either. I mean, the frequency and intensity of the hurricanes we've been seeing the last several seasons is really alarming.
Yes, it is. And, I remember when Andrew came to Florida, and that was such a big deal. I had a relative named Andrew after that. But, we've covered more and more recently and more intense. And that's why the insurance companies are having more trouble now. Of course, they insured for decades. But, whatever the reason, climate change is. And we saw yesterday also, there were stories on just the sea level rise in North Carolina.
Yeah,
that is causing nothing to do with the hurricane, but the houses falling into the sea because of that.
And it seems like the hurricane season is getting longer and longer. It's starting before it's supposed to and going after it's supposed to end because the oceans are so warm.
Yeah, this year it wasn't as bad, or as I should say, the numbers hitting the U.S., but the intensity, like of this one, just amazing and as destructive as ever. And we're going to cost billions of dollars trying to get back.
And hurricane season continues, as you guys discussed. You always got to wonder about the Texas Gulf Coast. Can we get through this season unscathed, at least from here on out?
And it's not just the coast. Remember Harvey that threatened us, and we had to all stay. I was going to go to a big reunion in my high school reunion, and the news director said, "Everybody stand."
Yeah,
because he had been in Oklahoma, and everybody stayed from the tornado. So it can hit up here. We had a tornado at my house, and I remember it didn't have anything to do with that. But when we had tornadoes coming through San Antonio, unconnected to the hurricane, but years ago, there was a hurricane that hit on the coast, and there was a tornado up in the medical center area that destroyed a building. So, it's not just them, it's us. We're affected.
Yeah. And in a TV newsroom, Randy, is that the job nobody wants, doing live coverage in the middle of a hurricane? Or is there always that one adrenaline junkie that's up for the job?
Yeah, everybody in the newsroom is an adrenaline junkie, and they fight for that job to go to and stand. Yes. Although this is one of those things, when they put these people out, I won't say her name. She's now in Houston. She's not on TV news anymore. A reporter for Channel 4 went down with a photographer overnight. We're covering the hurricane coming into the coast. I don't remember which one it was. And she was tired. She had nothing to say. And finally, at the end, she was reduced to showing, and they were under a parking lot, and they were safe. Look, this is, and she showed the cooler of what they had. We've got some sandwiches. And we're like, I don't want to say Leela, but that was her name. And so it could have been Layla. It could have been Lola. It could have been.
Got me on my knees.
I'm just making up names.
We're just making up
she
names.
said, and we were trying to say, okay, thanks. Just throw it back to us. We'll go to the weather guy. We really don't want to know what you took down there to eat. But, there's a little behind the scenes of what you're reduced to, because they're up for 48 hours.
Yeah.
And they have not much to eat. And so she was thinking, when I get a break here, I'm going to have a ham sandwich. So, but people do fight for that job. I really
amazing.
pushed for it, but they had, the weather guys wanted to go, but they have to stay in the studio, most of them. But they want to be Joe Cantori, which is dumb, because you show all the debris flying around and people get hurt.
Yes.
And it's not, you're saying to people, stay off the road, stay home, but you're in the middle of a road.
You're
out
holding
there.
onto a tree while you're doing this.
So
Yeah.
true. So it's, it's a fight for that. Charity, would you do that?
No.
You're too smart to be in TV news.
Coming up, we're going to do it. We're going to get caught up on headlines, traffic, and weather. But I do want to make sure everybody knows about the Gridiron Show. Randy will tell us about that. Big night tonight. You can be a part of it. We'll talk about that coming up. WOAI News Time 846. So I figure blow out the earworm and then we'll be able to
I'm
wrap.
sorry. We didn't
I-
even have an earworm. We didn't even have an earworm
good.
today.
Okay.
I'm
I
going to
went
say
too
hi to
long.
Lieutenant Dan real quick.
I blew your time again.
Yeah, no, I remember when you said you were going to say her name. Now she's in Houston. I knew that was Leela Walsh. So
Yes.
yeah.
But I can't remember who the photographer was, and they were staying in a hotel, and they had shown a little bit of water creeping in down. They were in a parking lot at the bottom, so it wasn't that much yet. And they had this big cooler, and well, Randy, right now we're showing 2 a.m. She'd been on, and it's like, Leela, get some sleep. We really don't need to know. I didn't say that on the air.
That's funny.
But that's how sleepy they get.
Yeah.
Chris Suchan always wanted to go, but they always want the weather guy staying there.
Yes.
Albert Flores never wanted to go because he was smart enough to know he'd get hit by that.
Yeah, I'm
It's
not doing that.
Stupid.
Yeah.
But that's
And
everybody
I'm
wants to do
surprised
that.
we haven't heard more often. Because a lot of local
Yes.
stations will send some. I'm surprised we haven't heard of more fatalities or
Right.
horror stories.
Although more recently they have these like companies like Tornado Chasers, Storm Chasers. They have that for hurricanes, and that's why you see more stuff on the network at so and so's name.
Yeah.
And they go down there, and they have they're used to it, so they know where to sit, and they just get video from behind something, but they
Yeah.
can see it. But
Say hi to Lieutenant Dan.
I think the news directors are getting smarter and not doing that. Last night they had somebody on from Fox, I think one of the affiliates, but they had it on the Fox feed. And so she was standing there underneath the canopy from the truck, and you could tell. So her lighting was good. She wasn't in the rain, but she took a flashlight, which I thought was smart, and she shined it back here so you could see the rain just.
Oh,
going
wow.
up and
That is
down.
smart.
But you can't see anything behind them. The lights are out by that time. There's nothing to show. And if they come in overnight, we on the way down there saw people getting rescued, and on the way back from Galveston off the main drag there, like a boat and somebody, I don't want to say rescued, but they were stuck.
Wow.
They had been stuck on the side of the road. And on the way in there, I don't know what, south near NASA or someplace, there were people that were without power and knew they would be for a week.
Ooh.
Or
I can't imagine that, man.
that's
That's got to be hard. God, that's got to be hard.
And they had been through it before for like a couple of days, but this was
See, we had a storm out in Floresville over the 4th of July, and our power was out for 3 days, and it was because of a flooded the power station, and that knocked everybody. I couldn't make it a whole day. We went and stayed at a hotel.
Yeah.
Like,
I
screw this, man.
Well, and the weird thing is, like, it was a ghost town
Yeah.
in Galveston. You're used to it.
Yeah.
And
All people everywhere,
we're
usually.
driving down, and also one of the piers was gone,
Oh, man.
and so they had to rebuild that.
Damn.
One of my, I don't know, it was a favorite restaurant. It wasn't the regular pier where the the carousel and all that kind of stuff
Right.
was, but it was south of there was a restaurant. No, south or west of there was a restaurant, and part of it was gone. But they rebuild that stuff quick
Yeah.
if they have insurance. But now, man, I can't imagine what it's going to be. And Trump has said, well, the hurricane or the global warming, more beachfront property,
Yeah.
fewer houses.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. When you say climate change here, does it, or I guess,
It doesnent go over well.
yeah. But I think
It's all a hoax.
The
Stand
more
by.
that people see,
Yep. Stand by.
stuff.
Just got to throw it to her, right?
Yeah.
Yep, sorry, I'll be quick.
So Gridiron is tonight. It's tomorrow night. Thank you. So rehearsal is 2:00 also tomorrow? Okay. I'll just have you. Okay. Randy Beamer will tell us about the Gridiron show that he is emceeing this weekend. First, Charity, what stories are you following?
At least 6 people are now dead in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is addressing the UN General Assembly, and the dispute between the city and Southwest Airlines has escalated. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Sunday, all 3 days. Highs in the mid to upper 90s, overnight lows in the mid to upper 60s. It is 64 degrees in Leon Valley, 64 in Floresville, and 62 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:52.
San Antonio's First News Fridays with Beamer. Randy Beamer in studio. And Randy, you are emceeing a pretty cool event tomorrow night.
The Gridiron Show every year, put on by the Society of Professional Journalists locally, raises money for next generation of journalists, and we really need good ones. So it's an important thing. It's at UTSA's downtown campus, a theater there, and I just come on early and say, we apologize for ripping the crap out of, can I say that? Out of local, quote unquote, leaders. And it's kind of like a cleaner and much less drunk corneation. And I mean that with love, but it's a great cause. So get your ticket, I think, on the SPJ San Antonio website. And Charity, I know you'll be there.
Oh, yes. It's on my calendar.
Have you ever been in that? Because as a journalist, I think they invite radio as well as TV and print people.
I have not, but I have been to one where fellow journalists, friends of mine, have participated, and it's a riot. Yeah.
Participated. I like the way you said that.
See, we had a guy that used to work here, Bobby Reyes, that would play in the band all the time. So I went to rehearsals, went to the shows, and it was a lot of fun.
I think tomorrow at 2, and you can buy tickets to it, although that'll be horrible.
No, it's actually kind of fun. It's kind of fun, actually.
It is fun, but journalists aren't the best performers. But Scott Huddleston of the Express News does a great job impersonating Pop every year.
Okay.
And they always do something with
That's
Pop.
worth the
and
price of
Spurs.
admission.
It
Yes,
is.
that is right there. Yes.
Yes, definitely. And it is hilarious and for a
It
great
is.
cause. So get down there.
Okay.
Despite me.
No, because are you going to wear a tux? You should. You're emceeing. Isn't
Not
that what it's
this
supposed to be?
year. I did that once after a certain marriage, and somebody co-hosting with me wore a wedding dress because we mock ourselves.
Oh,
as well.
excellent.
But that was the only year.
I have one of those T-shirts that looks like a tux. If you want to get it to you, you can wear that.
I'm good.
Has a strip club name on the back of it, but that's okay.
Well, Charity, all of you guys, I know I'll point you out in the crowd.
Okay.
Or if you're not there, I'll rip you.
Okay.
All right.
It'll be well deserved.
We'll wear disguises.
And we said it on the way in, so we'll say it on the way out. We know you're going to go see your brand new grandson this morning. Congratulations.
Thank you. And his middle name, like my other grandson, is Beamer. I want to thank my son.
Nice. So what's the first and what's the first name?
Well, it's one of the Gospels. That's all I'll say because I want my
just saying.
Luke Beamer?
Possibly. Those are the first 2 names, not his last name because he's my son-in-law.
What's his mother's maiden name? I'm just kidding.
Beamer.
His first dog?
His mother's maiden name would be Beamer because it's my daughter.
Just checking.
Who is
just
the
making
mother.
sure.
I can explain how that works to
Would you please? Would you please? Because it's been a while.
Yes. So he could be Day Beamer.
Oh, that's true too.
As in Mexico, but
I like that.
We haven't done that.
Our thanks to Randy Beamer. Randy,
Thank you.
we always
Thank
love
you.
you, man.
great to come in, and I'm sorry for ruining the show. Once again, we kind of went off the rails there for a while when you got pulled there, didn't you, Charity?
There's very few times in radio where I have trouble recovering from a laughing fit, and that was one of them. I had tissues wiping tears, so thank you for that.
Oh,
I
thank
It was
you.
definitely a red
Glad
Friday.
to annoy you.
Our thanks to Randy Beamer, and we're going to grab him next week as well to react to the vice presidential debate. Tuesday night is when that debate happens, and we'll have that 8 o'clock Tuesday night right here on WOAI. Charity, with everything you need to know, she'll make it through that newscast if she doesn't think of Randy Beamer. And then Glenn Beck, right now, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute. WOAI News Time 8:56.
Horribly foul.
Goodbye, everybody. Have a great weekend.
See you later.
Yeah.